Over this run, we'll build more than one gravship, from tiny metal cans to something close to a flying city. We'll create families and raise kids, teach them to read and to fire grenades and rocket launchers. We'll hold off hundreds of raids from small hit squads to huge invasions, and even get stuck between raids like a sandwich. More than once we'll come close to losing everyone. We'll turn enemies into friends, grow a full mech army and call every mech boss into battle. Travel into the Mechhive and come face to face with the mind behind the mechs. Go deep underground and fight the hive queen of the bugs. We'll build a huge colony on the ice and almost lose it in a storm of raids, bugs and anomalies. Find all the relics, slip into the Empire's world of nobles and titles, create our own custom ideology and try to live with the consequences. We'll craft legendary weapons and armor, research every single technology and turn our colonies into cybernetic killing machines. At some point we'll even watch a copy of someone we know step out of a strange obelisk. On the way we'll meet techno-vampires, cultists, mutants and far too many bugs. We'll visit different biomes and special sites, frozen seas, ruined cities, terraformer facilities and orbital platforms. We'll learn psi powers and call lightning down from the sky. Hit raider bases back with our own raids. We'll try to understand the mysterious monoliths and see what waits behind it. And in the end, we'll build a spaceship that can carry us away from this planet and into the stars. And that's still not everything, there will be many more things along the way. So let's go back to day 1 and start from the beginning. Hey everyone, today I'm going to tell you a new story that lasted 900 days, so grab some food and something to drink because we've got a few hours ahead of us packed with content. The story is divided into 3 acts, so you can watch it act by act using the chapters. And if you somehow binge the whole thing in one go, let me know in the comments. That would be absolutely insane. This time we'll be on RimWorld, where we'll face a lot of challenges, battles and surprises. Over all the years since RimWorld came out, I only managed around 100 hours, and those hours were spread across dozens of fresh starts. I never really got further than basic wooden huts, and my understanding of the game was, let's say, very limited. Most of my runs ended the same way, the colony gets wiped out and everything burns down. Funny to watch, a bit painful to play. This time I decided I actually want to understand the game and try to beat it. I still don't see myself as a pro, but I will share all the tips and tricks I pick up along the way. After this video I might make a full guide where I will collect even more stuff in one place. So if you have your own tips, drop them in the comments. I will try to include them in that guide. But even if I don't manage to do this, it will be useful to other viewers, at least in the comments. But let's get back to the main goal. I wanted to actually beat RimWorld, and that raises the question, what does it even mean to beat this game? After digging around, I found out there are 5 different endings across the base game and DLCs. The cool part is that you can get all of them in a single playthrough. After looking into it more, I realized I'd have to drop one of the endings. It's basically a new game plus, you grow your colonies and literally sell it. Restart with some of your people and loot and repeat this several times. It's an interesting idea, but I couldn't see a clean way to fit it into the story I wanted to tell. On top of that, I wanted to start by building a gravship. Selling the gravship, which is technically our colony, and then building a new one again felt a bit weird, to put it mildly. So I decided to drop that ending, but I still wanted to touch as much content as possible from the base game and all the DLCs. So here is the basic plan for this run. First, we will create a custom ideology. Royalty and biotech will just unfold naturally as we play. We'll start with the Odyssey, building a gravship and traveling between different locations on the planet and in orbit. After that, we'll settle in one place for the anomaly, because that one is a permanent base to study monoliths, which can be moved onto the ship. If you are not really interested in the run settings and rules, you can skip ahead a few minutes straight to the first act. Alright, Let's set things up. For the starting scenario, I picked the Mechanitor because it fits the idea and the ideology I want to play with. In this scenario, we start as a lone Mechanitor who ran away from unreliable humanity to a sparsely populated RimWorld. We have a small stash of resources, 2 mechs, and a few technologies already researched so we can use electricity from day one. That part is nice, everything else not so much. For the storyteller I chose Randy. Out of the 3, he's my favorite. He actually creates interesting and unpredictable situations, both good and bad. Cassandra, on the other hand, is very predictable and just keeps trying to crush you with overwhelming raids, which in mid and late game turns into a boring, exhausting grind. Phoebe is more for a calm, relaxed playthrough with long breaks between events. This run is definitely not that. We'll be playing on the standard maximum difficulty, losing is fun, with no extra modifiers, so if things go wrong, they will go properly wrong. I didn't really touch the world settings much, I just bumped the world size up to 100% and added 3 extra hostile factions. A rough Outlander Union, a Cannibal Tribe and a Pirate Gang. So yeah, this is not going to be a peaceful walk in the park. Since our first colony is only temporary and exists just to build the gravship as fast as possible, I didn't have many requirements for the starting tile. I also didn't want to make my life harder with some cursed locations, so I picked a temperate forest with a small lake and an island in the middle. It sounded perfect. Next is ideology. I made my own, based on one of the standard ones, Transcendent Humanists. I added the Shipborn meme and tweaked a few things. I called it Cyber Aesirs. Overall, it turned out pretty cool, but extremely hard in the early game because of constant mood debuffs. It's more of a high risk, high reward setup for the late game. In short, imagine cyber Vikings who want to get rid of flesh and become immortal machines. They use mechs and any high-tech stuff that makes life easier, but they still love fighting and conquest. That lets them grab new technology by any means necessary. The price for all of that is mood. These guys don't just want high-tech stuff, they also want regular raids, they prefer living indoors and in space instead of on the ground, and until we get a proper gravship and start conquering things regularly, they are going to be pretty unhappy. Drugs are allowed only for medical use, they also want age reversal, biosculpting, neural superchargers and sleep accelerators. On top of that, our ideology has intense bigotry, so having colonies with different ideologies in the colony will also hurt everyone's mood. So yeah, there is a lot of stuff here that will make our lives harder. From the positives, we can eat nutrient paste without any penalties, and if we manage to satisfy all their needs later on, we'll get some really strong bonuses. But at the start, it doesn't feel like we're getting many upsides. I also plan to recruit only baseliner xenotypes into the colony, basically naturally evolved humans with no major genetic modifications. I didn't log this in strictly with ideology though, just in case we have to make some exceptions later. For roles, we'll have a leader and a moral guide, plus 2 specialists, a production and a research. We also have a set of rituals. In practice I'll barely use them except for Code Communion, which you can do once per year and which gives a chance to summon a new colonist. There are also ideological buildings for these rituals, in our case that's an Arc Stone and Pews. And we have 3 relics to find, a Monosword, a Zeus Hammer and a Charged Lance. I will talk more about all of this during the run when we actually interact with it, so we don't drag this intro out forever. Now about our starting colonist. Here use the mod prepare carefully, it lets you create your own pawn. I took the standard mechanitor the game gives you and limited myself to around 1000 points, so he'd still be comparable to a normal vanilla colonist. His name is Bjorn Ironcoat, he was born in space and later became a space miner. For traits I picked my favorite combo for a melee fighter that I once saw in a different run. Tough, which reduces incoming damage, Brawler, which increases melee hit chance but gives big penalties with ranged weapons, and Nimble, which boosts dodge chance in melee and lowers the chance of triggering traps. On top of that, I added Jogger, which makes him move a bit faster, and Great Memory, which slows down skill decaying and uses skills. Yeah, that's a lot of traits, I know, but his skills are much worse. They match his backstory, and that means he can't even cut trees, can't doctor himself, and we can forget about research entirely. Any big mistake and he's just dead? And his personality is not exactly a gift either, he's a walking problem generator. And don't forget he's a Mechanitor. Mechanitors are much safer as ranged fighters, because if a Mechanitor goes down, all of his mechs lose control immediately. Meanwhile, I turned him into a melee brawler. What could possibly go wrong? Alright, let's jump in, I will explain the rest as we go through the run. The first thing I did was take a look around the map. Apart from the beautiful island I spotted earlier and an ancient danger that will open later, there wasn't anything special. I decided to settle right on the island. There were some ruins we could reuse for starter building, some still nearby, and even a little patch of fertile soil. Still, what's especially important because it's our main building material right now, and we need to rush mech production as fast as possible. Bjorn can't chop trees at all, so without mechs we are basically stuck. And mechs need to be recharged, so we have to move fast before their batteries run out and Bjorn ends up alone. I quickly marked out a rough layout for all the main rooms we'd need, and we started building while mining steel at the same time. Thankfully, the constructoid was helping with construction, so it didn't feel completely hopeless. The first thing we built was a storage room. The lifter slowly dragged all the supplies that landed with Bjorn over there. That storage also acted as a temporary bedroom for a while. Not ideal, but at least everything was in one place. Next, we built a room next door that would hold all the mech-related buildings, and later a couple of batteries. Outside, I walled off the area where our wind turbine would go. That was going to be our first source of electricity. That's where the first problem appeared. Right where the wind turbine needed to spin, there were several trees standing in the way. Nobody could cut trees directly, but I found a little workaround. If you order a roof to be built over that area, the constructor is forced to cut down any trees under the roof. After that, you just remove the roof. Done. You won't clear a whole forest like this, it's way too slow. But in situations like this, it works. The turbine finally started spinning and our batteries began to fill up. Then we built a mech gestator for creating new mechs and reviving destroyed ones, plus 2 recharge stations, which would be enough for the near future. And right then, something unexpected happened. An escape pod crashed nearby with an unconscious Hussar inside. Hussars are usually great fighters and this one wasn't bad either, but they're usually good at nothing else. The main problem is their addiction to goat juice, and we had none of that. Since I planned to recruit only baseliners, Bjorn just stripped him and took his knife. Not the best thing morally, but hey, we needed a weapon. By the time the mech gestator was finished, and Bjorn immediately started producing 2 agri hands. They can cut trees and grow crops, which is exactly what we needed. The process would take some time, but while they were cooking in the vat, we could finish the recharge stations. After that, we built a small choke point right in the middle of our main building. Yes, it was not my best design decision, but a bad choke point is still better than no choke point at all. In the future, I plan to place traps there once we stockpiled enough wood, because right now traps are our best defense against animals and raiders. We also built a separate room for waste packs. Mechs produce these packs while charging and after gestation. If you store them in bad conditions, they start dissolving and polluting the area, which eventually causes an infestation with bugs. On this difficulty, that's basically a death sentence. So it's better to have a dedicated room where we can keep them frozen and safe. After that, I decided it was time to think about food. Our supplies were slowly running out. I fenced off the most fertile patch of soil with a wooden wall, hoping it would protect the field from raider arson. Spoiler, it does protect the field, but what protects the wall from fire? I didn't think that far ahead at the time, you will see how that plays out later. Anyway, I laid out a rice field there, time to start stockpiling food. Right around then, the gestation of the second Hand finished. The next mech in the queue was another lifter. I love these mechs, you can never have too many haulers. While they were in progress, we kept building the rest of the base. Soon after, we received a mechanoid signal. There was a malfunctioning ship in orbit that was losing altitude, and we could send it coordinates so it would crash somewhere nearby. From its wreck, we could salvage a grav engine for our grav ship, but for now we had our hands full. Let it fly a bit longer. Next, we finished the barracks. For now, there was only one bed for Bjorn, but later I plan to add more beds for future colonists. A dresser and an end table boost bed comfort, and flower pots increase the room's beauty. We couldn't afford private bedrooms yet, so a shared barracks would have to do. After the extra lifter, I added a clean sweeper to our mech roster. It keeps the base clean, also very useful mech, and one is more than enough for now. Then we built a freezer similar to one for waste packs, but this one was for food. That way it wouldn't spoil. I also placed a butcher table there. It's better to keep it separate from the kitchen, so the gore and dirt from butchering don't end up in the cooking room. A dirty kitchen means meals with a much higher chance of food poisoning. Right next to it I built a 3-in-1 room where we could cook meals, eat together at a common table and relax by playing chess or throwing horseshoes. Recreation is very important for our colonies, because if they don't have it, they start having mental breaks. Why didn't I build a nutrient-based dispenser at this point? Good question. No idea. It definitely would have been more useful than classic cooking, especially because we don't get any mood penalties from paste with our ideology. While the kitchen was under construction, I added 3 combat mechs to the gestator queue, militaries. They are pretty fragile, but they come with small shotguns. They will help with defense and soak up damage. If they die, we can always revive them for some steel, unlike colonists. In the end, we only managed to build 1 militaire, because we ran out of basic subcores. Those are needed for mech gestation, basically mech brains. So I had to place a subcore encoder, where we can produce more subcores out of steel and components. During all this, we finished the last room, but I still hadn't decided what I wanted to put there. We also started building a second wind turbine. Extra power is never a bad thing. Traders even drove by to visit us. I didn't see anything particularly useful for us in the inventory, and we basically had nothing to sell anyway. And they didn't stay long, because a heat wave kicked in and the temperature outside shot up to 52 degrees. I can't blame them for leaving. When I checked our freezers, it was clear they were not handling that kind of heat either. The temperature inside was creeping up, so I knew we'd need more coolers a bit later. Soon after that, we got our first raid, a cannibal tribe called the Trado Coalition. Despite their low-tech level, tribals can be very dangerous because they are good with low-tech tactics. There are usually a lot of them and they are pretty tough. And this raid wasn't just one guy, it was 4 of them. Great. Not exactly an easy warm-up, especially since our 3rd militaire was still in production. We locked ourselves inside the base and waited, but they arrived quickly. The first raider got badly hurt by one of our traps. The second one was killed outright by another. The survivors all had bows, and that's where the weakness of our choke point became obvious. They could shoot at us, but we didn't have the range to shoot back properly. At least the accuracy was terrible. So I pulled everyone back behind a corner to force the enemies to move closer. That worked. One of them walked straight into another trap and went down, and the last 2 decided to run, so yeah. The choke point is far from perfect, but we survived, that's what matters. The downed enemy was stripped and then finished off. His skills were actually decent, but he had the chemical interest rate, and for me that's a big red flag. We don't need addicts in this colony. A bit later, we got a quest. A desperate refugee named Theo showed up and begged to stay with us for 19 days. He was being chased from his home by a vengeful ex-lover. In return, he promised to work and help defend the colony. I decided to take him in. poor guy. And we could really use extra hands right now. I hope nothing terrible would come out of this. Oh, how wrong I was. Theo turned out to be pretty good. Unfortunately, he wasn't a ranged fighter, but he could definitely help with cooking. We had built a kitchen, but Bjorn hadn't cooked a single meal yet, and honestly, with his cooking skill, I was afraid his food would kill him faster than hunger. Theo could also help with research. Not bad at all. Building extra coolers still didn't fully solve our heat problem. On especially hot days, the freezer room stopped working properly. From what I could tell, the issue was the number of doors and how often everyone walks through them. Definitely not the best design, so I added second layer of walls and thankfully that finally stabilized the temperature. Our third military was finally finished, and that was the last mech we could afford for now. A Mechanitor has a base bandwidth of 6 plus 3 extra from the air-wire headset we started with. Small mechs each use 1 bandwidth point, so right now we're capped at 9 small mechs total. As a side note, I like to put all combat mechs into a separate group and set them to dormant self-charge. That way they don't drain power constantly and don't produce extra waste packs. I wake them up only when needed and control them directly in draft mode. I added 2 more growing zones, one for heal root, which will soon be our only real medicine, and one for cotton plants, which we will use as fabric for clothes, furniture and other stuff. The only problem was that I forgot to forbid roof building over those fields, so they will grow very slowly. Nice job, me. The stockpile and kitchen started getting cluttered, so I decided to build some shelves. They let you store more items in the same space. We'll add more over time as needed. I also placed a research bench right in the stockpile, because it was time to finally start researching, especially now that we had Theo. And I added some lights around the base, since light speeds up most types of work. Just as I was starting to feel good about how things were going, Theo had a mental break and decided to hide in his room. And right after that, we got another raid. This time it was Waster Pirates, with a very fitting name, Poison Army. They are a loose group of violent pirate bands made mostly of wasters, xenohumans designed to thrive in toxic and polluted environments. They don't care about building or farming, they just take what they want from others using violence. Usually they carry gunpowder weapons, though some prefer stabbing people up close. One of them ate 5 traps before going down. Tough guy. We didn't see the others at first, because they decided to start setting our walls on fire. I wasn't really prepared for that, but thankfully steel walls, while they can burn, don't catch fire as easily as wooden ones. At least they ignored the fields. We use the same old tactic, hid behind the corner, pull them closer and let the traps do their job. Not perfect, but we survived again. Now we just had to put out the fire. Let's get back to research. The first thing I wanted to unlock was biofuel refining, so we could turn wood and food into chem fuel. And we'll need a lot of chem fuel for the gravship. So, Theo, to the research bench. I also added a stonecutter's table, because soon we'd have to mine out the marble mountain to the right of our base. We need more space to build the gravship, and marble chunks can be turned into marble blocks. From those we can make pretty furniture and things like shelves, but unlike wooden ones, they won't burn, and fire is the last thing we want on a gravship. Plus, I just really like marble, what can I say? Not long after that, another trade caravan arrived. This time I noticed an excellent spear in their stock. In Bjorn's hands, that thing would be deadly, so I decided to buy it and sold them some random junk we'd stripped off raiders. In the empty room we had left, I decided to set up more barracks. We'd use them to keep prisoners. It was already clear that Bjorn alone wouldn't be enough long term, and if any raiders survived future attacks, we'd try to save them and maybe recruit into our colony. Or use the room for colonies if needed, we'd see how things develop. The year was coming to an end and I almost forgot about Code Communion. If it goes well, we get a new colonies with our ideology. In general, I had pretty high standards for new colonists. If it's a melee fighter, I want the tough trait and ideally double passion in melee. If it's a ranged fighter, traits are not as important, but double passion in shooting would be great. On top of that, they should have at least one non-combat skill with one or two passions, and they must be baseliners. For people who will hold ideological roles, the requirements are more specific, depending on the role. And of course, they shouldn't have awful traits like drug addiction, cannibalism, pyromania, and so on. And preferably no serious injuries that we can't treat anytime soon. This time, luck was on our side. The ritual went well, and Makar arrived. A very interesting guy who will become an important person in our colony later on. To be a truly perfect colonist, he was only missing the tough trait, but he made up for it in other ways. First, he's an excellent cook, and you always need a good cook. Second, he has strong social skills, which means he can talk to prisoners, convert them to our ideology, handle trade, and eventually become a great moral guide. Moral guide need good social skills, and they also deal with prisoners a lot. On top of that, he has decent melee skills, so if the prisoners suddenly decide to riot, he can bonk them on the head with a club and calm things down. So overall, he's a perfect as a base keeper, warden, and future moral guide. If most of the colony needs to go on a caravan, we can leave him behind to manage the base and keep an eye on the prisoners. And if some raider breaks into the main building, he can meet them at the door with a club to the face. And for now, he will also have to be our doctor, so yeah, I saw a lot of potential in him and he officially became our second colonist. Overall, things were going well, Makar fit into the team nicely. Theo finally finished the biofuel research and was ready to start the next tech. I decided to go for smithing and then machining, because Bjorn's airwire headset was slowly wearing out. At some point we will need to craft a new one, or he will lose control over 3 of our mechs. That would be bad. But just as I started feeling confident, something terrible happened. Theo betrayed us. Apparently, he'd been planning this from the start. As sad as it was, we had to deal with him. I decided not to take any risks and sent in everyone. The 3 Minotaurs approached from one side and Bjorn and Makar from the other. Theo never really had a chance. Bjorn got away with light injuries, nothing serious. Still, we have to admit, thanks to his research, we can now build a biofuel refinery and start piling chem fuel. We barely had time to recover from Theo's betrayal before we got hit by another raid. This time it was Itakin pirates, the Kinroar of Waraffa. A close-knit band of hulking, fur-covered Itakins and humans who don't like outsiders and love sending their animal bodies to tear you apart, or just taking your stuff the old-fashioned way. Luckily for us, this group was all melee with clubs, so dealing with them wasn't too hard. What bothered me though was that the last one showed up with a big delay compared to the rest of the group. I didn't think much of it at first. Who could have guessed that my deadliest enemy that day wouldn't be the pirate at all? But a limestone chunk someone left in a doorway. The door was open, so the last raider just walked straight through into our fenced-off field and decided to torch it. And remember that roof I forgot to remove earlier? Yeah, so we basically had a sealed wooden shed with a field inside plus fire. The temperature inside shot up to 500 degrees. Makar didn't even have time to take a single step in before almost dying on the spot. If it wasn't for the rain that started soon after, we probably would have lost the second field and part of the main building along with it. That was one hell of a posthumous trap from that raider. Still, the important part is that everyone survived, the rest we can rebuild. Soon after, Bjorn finally finished mining out that marble mountain to the right of our base, which meant one thing: we could finally start building the grav ship and get off this place. The first step was to call down that ship in orbit. We sent it coordinates and it crashed not too far away. Along with the grav engine, we got a batch of gravelite panels for grav ship construction, plus some mechanoid ship chunks we can deconstruct for even more panels. Perfect. I ordered the grav engine to be hauled closer to the main building and walled off immediately. I've had runs in the past where raiders just picked it up and ran off with it. To this day, I still have no idea what you're supposed to do if that happens. The next research goal was basic grav tech, that unlocks fuel tanks, thrusters and the pilot console. The problem is, with our current research skill, it will take us years. Ideally, we'd find a decent researcher first, but that might slow everything down as well. Either way, it will take time. Soon after, we got a request from the Merchant Cartel. Traders Guild is basically a loose coalition of orbital merchants. They usually stay in orbit and only deal with the planets through drops and trade beacons, so hearing from them directly was already unusual. They wanted us to take care of 3 ducks for 14 days, and we'd be attacked by 22 raiders. What kind of VIP ducks are these? At least they promised to send 3 mercenaries to help us defend the place. Sadly, they wouldn't do any work, just fight. I decided to accept the quest anyway, mostly for the low shield pack and the gold as a reward. Plus, this was a great chance to capture prisoners, and maybe among those raiders we'd find our future researcher. It was a bit of a shame that the colony's reward they offered, Brookie, was not a baseliner, so I wasn't very excited about recruiting him as a main prize. As for the ducks, I just dropped them on the stockpile. They will be fine, probably. The raid didn't keep us waiting. Just a few days later, another cannibal tribe showed up, moving in 2 groups. One went straight for our choke point, while the other got distracted by the mechs that didn't make it back inside in time. Our mercenaries and militaries held the line as long as they could, but eventually the wall at the choke point gave away and we had to send Bjorn and Makar into support. Thankfully, the first group finally broke and ran, and after we cleaned up the second group, they also retreated. If the fight had dragged on a bit longer, I'm pretty sure someone wouldn't have walked away. Out of all the raiders who survived, only one really caught my eye, a guy named Choco. He had great skills for a future production specialist, plus the very erotic trait. That trait makes him work 40% faster, which is huge when it comes to crafting. The downside is a high mental break threshold, but we'll deal with that later. On top of that, he had some research skill, which is exactly what we need, and he was decent at mining too. That's very helpful, considering we need tons of steel and right now only Bjorn is doing any mining. His combat skills were pretty bad, but honestly, with everything else he brings, that didn't matter to me. So we took Choco prisoner. First we'd convert him to our ideology, then recruit him into the colony. I hesitated a bit too long though, and while I was busy, our fields were on fire, again. Thankfully, it started raining again and saved us from another huge fire. I really needed to replace those wooden balls with stone as soon as possible. We also lost a couple of mechs in the fight, but they did a great job soaking up damage and distracting enemies. Reviving them only cost some steel, so it's not a big deal. Choco, on the other hand, barely had time to wake up before he went berserk and tried to escape. Makar shut him down quickly. This is going to happen again and again, by the way, because he's a cannibal and we are not planning to feed him human meat here. So he's basically permanently annoyed. And then there was the overall mood. Things were getting bad. Bjorn had already had a mental break, Makar was on the edge, and the colony mood in general was falling fast. We already had massive mood penalties stacked up, but this is nothing compared to what will happen later when the colony gets bigger. For now, we just have to grit our teeth and push through. Right after that, we got hit with another raid from the same cannibal tribe, and this time one of the raiders was Choco's wife. Maybe they actually came for him? At that exact moment, Bjorn was wandering around the field in a daze, smelling flowers and having his breakdown. The militaries were offline, so the only ones we could rely on were the 3 mercenaries that came with the duck quest. And to make it worse, we had to defend outside because Bjorn just refused to step inside the building. Thankfully, there were not many attackers this time. I was already preparing for disaster when Bjorn finally snapped out of it and came back to his senses. Perfect timing. Back to the choke point. With everyone working together, we handled the raid without much trouble. Choco's wife didn't make it. Of course, the fields were on fire again. I was so tired of those fires already. Strangely enough, it didn't affect his mood at all. Very unusual relationship, I guess. And you'd think that was enough suffering for one stretch, right? Nope. We barely finished patching up our wounds when a third raid arrived. Itkin pirates again. This time there were 3 groups, 9 fighters total, with guns and even an incendiary launcher. Amazing. I guess they figured out that clubs were not working. At least they didn't charge all at once, so we had time to pull everyone inside. I did feel bad for that group of beggars wandering around outside, but honestly they turned out to be very useful. Some of the pirates got distracted and attacked them instead of us. The rest went for our main building. We took out the first group pretty quickly, then the second group came in, but their big mistake was walking almost one by one. Surprisingly, we got through that raid without any major problems. And yes, you probably already guessed it, the fields were on fire again. This time though, the rain came too late, so they burned down completely. Since we were not too badly wounded after all those raids, I decided not to waste any time. First priority was to replace the wooden walls around the fields with stone ones. At this rate, we were never going to grow anything, and I really wanted to stock up on medicine and clothes before we leave this place. At the same time, I planned a second layer of stone walls around the main building, so raiders couldn't just set the whole thing on fire again. It was going to take a while, but better now than when everything is already burning. I also swapped the steel walls around the grav engine for stone. After that, things finally calmed down a bit. I was honestly starting to wonder when we'd actually get to develop the colony instead of just firefighting. Literally. We finally started producing champ fuel from wood. By the way, I think this is a pretty decent way to make money if you have a good source of wood or food. Champ fuel sells well. A few days later, a shuttle arrived to pick up those cursed ducks. For the mercenaries though, no shuttle. They had to walk out on foot. We'd gotten used to having them around, so it felt a bit empty when they left, but we didn't really have a choice. A few more days passed. The outer wall was almost done when Choco finally stopped going berserk and trying to kill and eat everyone, and decided to actually join the colony. Took him long enough. Since we now have 3 colonies with the same ideology, we could start handing out roles. But there is a catch. Once someone gets a role, the expectations skyrocket. At the same time, if nobody has any roles, that also gives a mood penalty. You just can't win with these people. And to make it more annoying, some roles block certain types of work. For example, if I made Choco a production specialist right now, he wouldn't be allowed to mine. With how much steel we need, that's a problem. So for now, I decided not to assign any roles yet and just live with a smaller mood debuff but for everyone. I did give Choco a bolt action rifle though, let him slowly learn how to shoot. But the lack of proper ranged fighters still worried me a lot. We really need shooters for hunting, for defense, and for any future operations away from the base. Right now, our entire choke point defense basically depends on the militaries. Research finally started moving again too. I switched our focus straight to basic grav tech, so we could start building parts of the grav ship bit by bit. I also slowed down the mining and general resource gathering because the stockpile was overflowing and I really didn't want to inflate our wells too fast. High wells means stronger raids. While we were waiting for the research to crawl forward, I got a bit bored and decided to open the ancient danger. I sent Bjorn and Makar to check it out. Maybe we'd find something interesting there. And I was right. After dealing with 2 mechs inside, we found a artifact armor tech print. Very expensive tech. We need 2 of those to unlock the research for what is basically one of the best armors in the game. Not something we'll realistically see anytime soon, but still cool. We also found a legendary marine helmet. That was insane. But for some reason I didn't feel ready to put it on anyone yet. It felt like nobody had earned it. So for now it just went into storage like some holy relic. There were also 3 cryptosleep caskets in the room, but I didn't dare open them yet. First, we needed to patch up our wounds and haul all the loot back to the stockpile. Basic grav tech was finally researched, which meant we could soon start planning the grav ship. After that, I went back to smithing and then to machining. But before actually building the grav ship, I wanted to deal with the cryptosleep caskets. We cracked them open, and there were people inside. Not friendly at all and in very good gear. With the help of the militaries we managed to take them down. In situations like this, melee fighters are actually really useful, because enemies can't shoot properly at point blank range. Out of the three, only one survived, a guy named Ryder, and I really liked his skills. He was perfect as a shooter, a hunter, and also a researcher. Exactly what we needed. On top of that, he had enough social skill to trade effectively. Spoiler, he'll become our research specialist later. The problem was, he was going to die in 6 hours. Makar was supposed to carry him back to the main building and start treatment, but right at that moment he had a mental break, dropped Ryder in the middle of the lake and just walked off. So Bjorn had to pick up the slack. I was just hoping Makar wasn't about to destroy something actually valuable, like the holy legendary helmet. Thankfully, he ignored the good stuff and just smashed random furniture, while Bjorn tried to pretend he knew what he was doing and started patching Ryder up. The stress from all of this hit Bjorn so hard that he also had a mental break and even started doubting our ideology. Which is funny because he is basically the unofficial leader of that ideology. Great leadership energy. At that point, all our hopes were on Choco. Luckily, Choco pulled through and managed to finish the treatment and save Ryder. As if that wasn't enough drama, right after that we got hit by a raid from Waster pirates. There were 11 of them, fully armed. Somehow, we managed to deal with them without losing anyone, though Makar got pretty messed up. We just got lucky they didn't all push into the main building at the same time. We were able to deal with them one or two at a time in the checkpoint. On the bright side, they brought a lot of useful gear we could either use or sell. For example, Choco got himself a nice heavy SMG, because with a bolt-action rifle he couldn't hit anything. At that point, it was finally time to start building the grav ship and get out of this place. While we were in the middle of construction, we were attacked again, this time by the first Neanderthal tribe, the League of Takis. They don't have good tech, but they're insanely tanky, and they hit like trucks. They were very hard to bring down, but in the end we managed. Bjorn even walked away with a new plate steel armor. Very nice upgrade. The mental break though, those were getting out of control. Bjorn attacked Ryder at one point, Choco went on a drinking binge, then Bjorn got high and deeply regretted it afterward, which triggered another mental break. Makar kept trying to smash furniture in different rooms. Madness. At this point we were clearly hitting some kind of massive mood wall. I didn't know why back then, but now I'm pretty sure it was because our colony whales passed 80,000. Once that happens, everyone starts demanding superchargers, implants, victories, all sort of high-end stuff we didn't have and wouldn't get anytime soon. They were constantly unhappy and breaking down on cooldown. Again, all we could do was just endure it and keep pushing forward. Hoping to somehow save the situation with everyone's mood, I decided to finally hand out roles to Bjorn and Makar. Bjorn became our leader and Makar became the moral guide. That gave them both some new abilities. Overall, very useful skills that will help us a lot later, especially leader speech and convert. I didn't assign any role to the others so we wouldn't accidentally block important work types. Did it actually help with mood? I have no idea, because a couple of days later Bjorn decided to just mentally check out and fall into some kind of coma, completely ignoring his new leadership duties. What a leader! I told you, he's weird. On top of that, our waste pack freezer was completely full. I decided to move the waste packs far away from the main building, right to the spot where we originally found Ryder. Basically, I made my own little ancient danger out of toxic garbage. I was hoping we'd manage to launch the grav ship before the waste packs dissolved and spawned bugs. But at least we finally finished recruiting Ryder. I gave him a good assault rifle that one of the raiders had dropped. We also managed to sell a bunch of junk to traders because space on the grav ship was very limited, and even then we still couldn't take everything and had to leave some stuff behind. Of course, the race didn't stop just because we were building a ship. Mechanoids showed up for the first time and almost made sushi out of us. And if you think we got away without bugs, of course not. The damn bugs from the waste packs hatched too and almost ate us as well. Honestly, that period was rough. We had to mine steel and components on the far side of this place, haul them all the way back, build ship parts, constantly worrying about raids and bugs, and then the steel on the location simply ran out. One of the bigger mistakes I made was completely missing the yearly code communion. I forgot to run it, so we didn't get another colonist. A good shooter or a proper doctor, or ideally both in one person, would have helped us a lot. But somehow, step by step, over the course of almost half a year, we finally finished building the gravship. And it looked like it was finally time to get off this place. But before we leave, let me say a few words about the gravship itself. The size of a gravship is pretty limited at the start. One grav engine gives you only 500 buildable tiles in a fixed radius around it. If you want a bigger ship, you need to find grav cores and build grav field extenders. With enough extenders, you can reach the max size of 2000 tiles and a much larger radius. For that, we will need to find 6 grav cores, and we are definitely going to do that later. All those tiles need foundations made from gravelite panels, so we also need a ton of panels as well. For now, I spent every single gravelite panel we had. The result was a small but pretty decent compact gravship. Honestly, I could probably have optimized it better, but hey, this was my first gravship that I actually built and successfully launched without dying in the process. That alone feels like a win. The entrance is at the back with a small choke point where we can hold the line. It's designed for about 6 fighters. Inside there is a very narrow, inconvenient corridor running through the length of the ship. The idea was that if the rear checkpoint falls, the corridor could act as a second one. Not perfect, but better than nothing. There is a room with a grav engine and 6 batteries. I wanted at least some energy reserve instead of relying only on generators. And this way it's always easy to see if we are gaining power or draining it. Next to that is a flight control room with a pilot console, a small chem fuel stockpile, 2 chem fuel generators and a couple of small chem fuel tanks. We have 2 barracks, one for the crew and one that can serve as either hospital or prison block, depending on what we need at the moment. The kitchen is basically a copy of what we had in the main base, cooking area plus a separate freezer room for food storage. Again, no nutrient paste dispenser. I still don't know why I keep doing this to myself, especially with an ideology that doesn't even mind paste. There is a small storage room with very modest amount of materials and a biofuel refinery squeezed in. We also have a mech recharging room with a research bench. Unfortunately, there was absolutely no space for the mech gestator or subcore encoder inside the ship, so I just have to hope we don't lose any mechs. Worst case, we will have to build those stations temporarily outside. The ship is pushed by 4 small thrusters and we've got 2 coolers to keep storage and food at good temperatures, plus lights all over the ship. Overall, I think it turned out like a pretty cozy starter gravship. But it definitely needs to be expanded as soon as possible. In reality, we managed to fit fewer storage shelves, workbenches and utility buildings than we had in the main base, so in some ways it's actually a downgrade. The lack of a proper big stockpile bothers me the most. It means stuff will end up thrown all over the floor wherever there is a free space. You will see. But at least we have everything we absolutely need to keep going, so we can live with it. We also clearly need 2 good pilots with high intellectual skill and a larger crew in general, because right now the incident chance is very high, and the grav engine cooldown will be almost 4 days between jumps. Before takeoff, Bjorn gave a leader speech, told everyone they did a great job, laid out the plan and said it was time for us to get off this place. Well, at least he did something worth his role. While we were building the ship, we intercepted several signals pointing to places where we could find more grav cores and gravelite panels, an ancient stockpile, a mechanoid relay and a frozen terraformer. All of them sounded very tempting, but I decided to follow them in the order we discovered them. So the first goal was the ancient stockpile. The mechanoid relay after that was also pretty close. The problem is our current jump range is only 40 tiles, and we can't reach the farther side without refueling along the way. At the same time, our ideology keeps giving us mood penalties for not conquering anything. So my eye landed on a hostile settlement sitting right on the road, a savage impet tribe called Viking's League. We decided to hit their base on the way, at least try to wipe them out, get some loot and hopefully calm down our conquest-hungry crew a bit. So, with the ship ready and the plan set, we took off toward our first target. When we arrived, we found a small impet colony with around 15 of them. Thankfully, their weapons were pretty primitive. We decided to land a bit away from the base, so we'd have at least some time to prepare. During landing, writers slightly miscalculated and clipped the gravship into the ground. The hull took a bit of a damage, but nothing critical, we'd fix it later. First thing we did was chop some wood and quickly set up a small checkpoint with traps. I hoped it would seen their numbers before they reached us, but we didn't have time to finish it, the impets were already rushing to attack. Luckily for us, they were not very organized, and we managed to drop 2 of them almost immediately. Then they started spitting fire. That was the moment I learned their main ability. Impets can literally breathe fire at you. Great. But surprisingly, we were holding the line pretty well. Bjorn and Makar were blocking the doorway, while everyone else was shooting from behind. At some point, though, Makar got unlucky and was set on fire. The poor guy panicked and ran straight back into the same corridor the enemies were pushing through. Not the best move tactically, but he basically body blocked the passage so nobody could get through. Bjorn caught fire as well, and right when I thought, okay, that's it, we are done, the enemy's morale finally broke and they started to flee. Huge relief. I didn't chase them. Inside our little choke point the temperature had climbed over 200 degrees. That whole hallway was basically an oven. Thankfully, Bjorn managed to put himself out and deconstruct part of the wall, which let the heat out. After that it was just fire cleanup and medical work. Makar was burned from head to toe. Since he was unconscious, we had to assign a writer as doctor for now. Someone had to patch everybody up. That's when I also learned something interesting. Destroying a hostile colony like this gives you goodwill with every faction that's also hostile to them. We got plus 20 relations with 11 different factions at once. That's a lot. You can actually get yourself some allies this way. And the best part? Instead of a -9 mood debuff for not conquering anything, we now had plus 6 for a recent conquest and plus 3 for participating in a raid. That alone made it worth it, and everyone actually seemed happy for once. Maybe they stopped having mental breaks every few minutes. While everyone was recovering, I sent a writer to scout their settlement. To my disappointment, there wasn't much of value there besides food. Still, food is food. And the surrounding area had a lot of stolen components lying around. We would have loved to mine it all out, but the gravship cargo was already packed. We only grabbed a bit of components and spent the rest of the time just chopping down trees and turning them into champ fuel. During this time, we finally finished researching machining and built a machining table. That opened up a bunch of useful things. EMP grenades, an EMP launcher to stun mechnoids, and more. But my main priority was a new airwire headset, because Bjorn's old one was very worn out. We also started crafting a few EMP grenades just to have them ready. If mechanoids ever rush our checkpoint in close quarters, it could easily turn into a massacre without EMP. As for research from this point on, I'm not going to go into too much detail every time. Most of the time I will just queue up whatever seems useful next. The real limit for us won't be research speed, but the size of the gravship itself. We'll unlock technologies much faster than we're actually able to build and use them. But I will keep you roughly updated on the important milestones as we go. We were pretty much ready to leave already. We had enough fuel, we were just chopping a bit more wood as a backup. When suddenly we got a call from the Shattered Empire, an ultra-tech society. Their whole culture is built on honor, strict classes, and don't move or change anything ever vibes. And they needed our help. Of all people, plot twist. They wanted us to host a royal archaeologist and 4 sick prisoners for 16 hours. In return, we'd get hit by 2 raids from a savage impet tribe. That sounded pretty scary, but we had a grav ship ready for takeoff, right? I thought nothing is stopping us from helping them, and if things go really bad, just taking off and leaving. So we accepted the quest for 7 honor for Bjorn. I will explain later why that honor is important. We locked the prisoners in the second barracks and the archaeologist settled down on the grav ship. And sure enough, after some time, both raids showed up. More than 20 enemies in total, so yeah, we just launched it and flew away. Perfect solution. Our next stop was the ancient stockpile. From what I understood, one of the 3 underground stockpiles on this map held the grav core we needed. The doors were sealed though, and we'd have to crack them open, so all hopes were on Ryder. I was really curious what we'd find in there. We landed close to 2 of the stockpiles, so we wouldn't have to run far. Ryder once again almost crashed the grav ship during landing. Hopefully he will get better with practice. The downside was the biome. We were in a desert, so we couldn't really count on trees or food. Luckily, there was a decent amount of steel on the map. We also had to keep a close eye on fuel. Soon a shuttle arrived to collect the Imperial quest and the prisoners, and Bjorn received his honor reward along with the title of freeholder. The more honor we earn, the higher titles we unlock. Higher titles give access to psychas and Imperial permits. We are not exactly fans of the Empire, but I see no reason to refuse free power when all they want is a one-time favor now and then. Plus, having them as an ally on this planet is actually pretty nice, and without a title you can't even properly trade with them. Meanwhile, Ryder managed to hack open the first ancient door, and you know what that means. Time to head inside. We decided to go in with the full team, backed by 3 militaries. When we went down, we found ourselves in a small room with 2 doors, and honestly, it was pretty scary. Nobody knew what was waiting for us behind them. Mechs, mutants, traps, anything was possible. But we pulled ourselves together and started moving forward. To my surprise, not all doors could be opened right away. Some of them had to be hacked first. Room by room we advanced, finding supplies and the bodies of whoever lived here before. We used the militaries to open doors and tank the damage. But this time there was also a hunter drone. One of the militaries bravely disarmed it and died for it. And we can't even repair him anytime soon, since we don't have a gestator on board. But in the crate they were guarding, we found a unique sniper rifle of excellent quality, fully loaded with modules. It had very low aim time and could even stun mechs. That thing is going to save our lives more than once. The only problem was that it wasn't legendary. I gave it to Ryder right away. We wandered through a few more rooms but didn't find anything else special. And just as we were opening the last one, we got attacked by a fierce Neanderthal tribe. We had to rush back to the grav ship and prepare to defend it. They immediately started smashing the hull, and only part of them went through our traps. Luckily, the steel traps did their job and took down 4 of them on their own, worth every piece of metal. Under pressure, Bjorn lost his nerve and ran outside, so everyone else had to follow him to keep him from getting surrounded. In the end we managed to drive the attackers off without losing anyone, but Makar wasn't so lucky this time. They cut off his arm. Completely. It didn't seem to bother him much though, he was standing there chatting with Bjorn about the balloons like nothing happened. Strong man. Jokes aside, I didn't even notice at first he was missing an arm. He will only get a prosthetic much later once we research them and have a proper second doctor. He definitely can't operate on himself, but as long as everyone's alive, arms can be fixed eventually. After we recovered from the attack, we managed to break into the second stockpile. Inside we lost our remaining militaries, badly damaged, but at least not dead. And the loot was great, a bit of Luciferium we can sell, grav core with some gravelite panels, and a unique automatic shotgun of good quality. It also had fast aim time and came with an underbarrel EMP launcher. We gave it to Choco, it will be amazing against mechs. We also found a vanometric power cell, a wonderful little device that produces 1000 watt of power out of nowhere. I plan to install it instead of one of the batteries. I'd love to find a few more of those. And there was some Glitter World medicine too, the best medicine in the game, for when someone catches something real nasty. Overall, the haul was just fantastic. After a short rest on the grav ship, we immediately headed for the third stockpile, hoping there'd be something interesting there as well. The new shotgun and sniper rifle worked perfectly against mechs. This time there was less loot, but it was still pretty valuable. A biomutation pulsar, which causes all animals on the map to mutate. Spoiler, it will literally save our lives later. And an anti-grain warhead. Extremely powerful, very valuable, and even more dangerous. Just imagine someone having a mental break and deciding not to punch a chair in their bedroom, but to punch the warhead in the middle of the grav ship. Yeah. So we took it with us, but I decided to get rid of it as soon as possible. I had a strong feeling that if we kept it, it would eventually kill us. We returned to the grav ship and started preparing for our next departure. I was really happy with what we've got. On top of everything else, we picked up about 150 survival meals, which meant I could finally relax about food a bit. At least we were not going to starve anytime soon. They will be our emergency stash since they don't rot. And by the way, survival meals are also pretty good for trading if you have spare ingredients and a cook. Soon after that, some traders arrived. Perfect timing. We sold them the warhead and a bunch of other junk we didn't need. In return, I bought some pemmican and wood, just in case. In total, we made a bit over 1200 silver from that. Not bad at all. We were basically ready to leave, but I decided to go full greedy mode and mine out all the steel, uranium, silver and components on the map. We definitely need a ton of steel to expand the grav ship later, and if a raid showed up while we were working, no big deal, we'd just take off. While we were still down there, I patched up that crashed Imperial Noble we'd found in a pot. Hopefully he will remember that later and say something nice about us to the Empire. And when an Imperial tribute collector passed by, I decided to donate all our gold in exchange for honor for Bjorn. We didn't really need gold anyway, it only increased our colony wealth, so I plan to turn in gold for honor regularly when we run into tribute collectors. In total, we dug up over 3000 steel. Happy with the haul, we finally decided to leave. We didn't fly straight to the second grav core location though. That site was also in the desert and it specifically said dunes, which means not much wood, not much food and a real chance we'd run out of fuel. So instead, we decided to make a stop in some forest tile, restock on fuel, wood and food, and expand the grav ship a bit. I picked a map with an abandoned colony on it, maybe we'd find something useful there too. We landed near the ruins and, as usual, Ryder almost smashed the grav ship into the ground again. One day he will stick the landing. I believe in him. Maybe. Right after landing, we picked up a new signal from another grav core, this time in orbit. Yeah. One day we'll go there for sure, but right now we are absolutely not ready for orbital missions. The abandoned colony didn't have anything crazy, some clothes, supplies, herbal medicine, decent but nothing game breaking. The best find for me was a fire foam popper, which I installed in our choke point. Now, in theory, if impids start breathing fire on us again, the popper should instantly cover everything in foam and put the flames out. Since we were planning to stay here for a bit, we needed to fortify. I put a stonecutter's table in one of the buildings, because we definitely need stone walls around our fields and some furniture when we expand the grav ship. Sadly, there was no marble on this map. I also laid out a small rice field and surrounded it with walls. Then it was time to actually expand the grav ship. I placed a grav field extender right in the main corridor, which honestly was a terrible idea because it's very easy to destroy there. But at the time I saw... it will be fine. I was just starting to plan the new layout when a mechanoid cluster landed not far from us. Normally that's not a problem if you don't get too close, it stays dormant. But this one had a countdown activator. We had 10 days before it woke up on its own. Great. I really didn't want to fight this cluster, so I hoped we finish everything and leave before the timer ran out. But just because you're not stupid doesn't mean you're safe from other people's stupidity. A few days later, two random dumps from some passing group decided to walk right through the cluster. They activated it instantly. One of them died on the spot, the other barely escaped. Luckily, the mechs didn't attack us right away. They just stayed around their cluster, so we ended up in this awkward "you don't touch us, we don't touch you" situation. Meanwhile, the planet decided to throw everything else at us. Toxic fallout, volcanic winter, the defoliator from the cluster turning the map into dead land, and on top of that a pack of manhunter bears. So yeah, it was definitely not boring. But it did wear us down a lot. Soon after, we finished expanding the gravship without any major disasters, which already felt like a miracle. I tried to focus on the biggest problems first, so we widened the middle section and added the proper left and right wings. On the left wing, I moved the kitchen into the storage area and just pushed it a bit further away from the butcher table. Thanks to the mechs, the place stays pretty clean anyway. The dining room and recreation room, though, I expanded quite a bit. I put in a bigger table, added a poker and billiards tables, and set up a throne with braziers for Bjorn in case he keeps taking imperial titles later. Looking back, we absolutely could remove the chess tables and the horseshoe pin once we had poker and billiards, but at the time I just left everything in. And yes, I ignored the nutrient paste dispenser again. On the right wing, I basically doubled the size of stockpile and finally added a mech gestator in the lab, so we could resurrect that poor military at last. I also set up a small workshop with a tailor bench, smelter, smithy and machining table. Soon we'd finally be able to start crafting proper gear instead of just looting everything. Wherever possible, I made the furniture out of stone. If something couldn't be made from stone, I used steel. Wooden furniture was really stressing me out at this point. I already had a mild fire-related PTSD. Overall, I think the layout turned out pretty good, and in any case, by the end I literally ran out of steel. I couldn't mine more because of the mech cluster and the general step outside and die situation. And we didn't really manage to grow much food here either, unfortunately. So we decided not to stay any longer, time to go after the next grav core. Our next destination was a mechanoid relay. I really wanted to see what it actually was and what kind of trouble and loot we'd find there. When I looked around, I realized I was absolutely right to stop in the forest first. This place had literally nothing. Just sand, wind and strange structures we had to deal with. So yeah, dunes was not a joke. From what I understood, the big structure in the center was the relay itself. To shut it down and grab the grav core, we had to hack or destroy the 3 stabilizers around it. Hacking was better because that way we wouldn't trigger any defensive measures, whatever that meant. Sounded simple enough. This time Ryder didn't just bomb the grav ship, he overheated the engine so badly that we were stuck here for 8 days. 8 days in this empty desert. That sounded like a death sentence. But it was too early to panic. So I sent Ryder with his sniper rifle to clear out the nearby mechs, and Choco went to hack the stabilizers. He is pretty decent with intellectual work too. Maybe we could have just walked up and they wouldn't activate, maybe they were the defensive measures, I don't know. I didn't want to test it. Over the next few days they handled everything quietly and efficiently. To my surprise, nothing went horribly wrong. As soon as we hacked the last stabilizer and the relay dropped, we got a warning. Mechs were on the way to investigate why their relay just fell out of the sky. And of course, our gravship was still on cooldown, so I started to worry. Still, I ordered the crew to deconstruct the relay as fast as possible. Inside we found the grav light panels and the grav core we came for. Perfect. Honestly, this was probably the easiest grav core I've ever gotten. All we had to do now was haul everything back to the ship, which naturally did not go smoothly. Right as we were hauling, the mech reinforcements showed up. They arrived much faster than I expected. We barely managed to drag all the loot onto the grav ship, basically under fire from enemy militaries. Then I realized the entire mech reinforcement wave was just those militaries. That was it. No lancers, no centipedes, just a bunch of small guys with guns. They walked in one by one and died one by one. For once, the fight was actually easy. Everyone got away with only minor scratches and a lot of adrenaline. All that was left was to survive another 4 days. I hoped we'd just enjoy the sun, do some work, and no one would bother us. But that would be too easy. While we waited, we started recycling the mech corpses into steel at the machining table, because our lack of steel was stressing me out. Once we finished that, we'd be ready to leave. Things were mostly quiet. A psychic drone activated somewhere in the distance and tanked everyone's mood, but aside from that, nothing serious happened. And then, with 22 hours left on the engine cooldown, you can guess what happened. Of course, a raid. Not just a raid, a full siege from the rough pig union, the Cook Pact. A bunch of pigskins with mortars and good weapons. Just what we needed. I was already mentally accepting that we'd have to leave the gravship and go storm their camp. I hoped Ryder and his sniper rifle could at least destroy the mortars. And then a second raid arrived. A rough outlander union called South Cathilia. Better armed, more dangerous, and also planning to attack. I had literally never seen this happen before, 2 separate raids at once. The only good news, they hated each other. So while they were busy tearing each other apart, I figured Ryder could hold off anyone who tried to run towards the gravship. For example, this one very enthusiastic guy with grenades who decided to sprint straight at us. I didn't react fast enough and he managed to hurt Ryder with a grenade, but thankfully it wasn't fatal. I pulled him back into the choke point to patch and get ready for whatever was coming next. Meanwhile, the two raids kept fighting, and to my surprise, the pigskins actually won. Then they immediately turned and charged straight at us. There was nowhere to fall back, either we held the line or we died. Somehow we did it, the pigskins broke and started to flee. We were insanely lucky that nobody got blown up, the gravship didn't go down in flames, and everyone still had all their arms and legs attached. I didn't find anyone among the survivors who looked towards recruiting, but gear and supplies? Oh yeah, we were taking everything. They basically delivered us a free mountain of loot, we just had to grab it before it rotted in the sun. We rushed to haul everything under a roof. Makar, for example, walked out of this battle with a full set of marine armor and helmet. That was huge. I gave it to him because he doesn't have the tough trait, so he needs that extra protection to stay alive. The rest of the gear went onto the stockpile for now. Everyone would slowly swap into the best available equipment on their own, and whatever we didn't use later, we'd just sell. Right as we finished collecting the spoils, the gravship engine finally came off cooldown and was ready to launch. That whole siege felt very tense. Our next big target was a frozen terraformer. The problem is, it was very far away. We'd have to stop at least 4 times on the way to refuel and resupply. The only alternative was the orbital grav core, which was even harder to reach right now. So the plan was slowly move towards the terraformer, making pit stops along the way, stocking up on everything we need and expanding the gravship as we go. I can say right away, just getting there was a whole journey in itself. While we were in transit, I finally decided to use the clothes we'd painfully grown earlier and start producing proper clothing and armor. The best setup for now was a flak set plus a button-down shirt and pants, at least for Choco and Raito. Bjorn and Makar would stay in their heavy armor for now, it's great for melee fighters. Ideally, we'd find another marine armor set for Bjorn later, if not, we'd just craft plate steel armor for the melee guys and see how it goes. As planned, Choco became our main crafter. Later I want to officially give him production specialist role. I set up the outfit rule so that everyone automatically swaps into new clothes and armor when the old ones wear out. And if there is nothing fresh in storage, Choco will see the bill and craft replacements. I also queued up 2 uranium warhammers for Bjorn and Makar. I had just over 300 uranium saved. And I can say from experience, this is one of the best budget melee weapons in the game, especially if you manage to roll a high quality one. I also tried not to forget about our code communions this time. It paid off. We got a new crew member, Reeves. He's a funny guy, but more importantly, he's a great melee fighter with tough and passion in melee. On top of that, he has excellent plant skills, which means he can replace our two aggregates. That lets us swap those mechs for two more lifters, which I'd wanted for a long time, because hauling corpses and loot after raids takes ages. I'll be honest though, I'm going to regret this decision more than once later. If we ever need statues or art, Reeves can handle that too, and he's capable of simple intellectual work like hacking doors. Very versatile pawn, he will help a lot with daily life and still be useful in combat. Though visually he looks more like someone who grows something else than rice. We'll also get him a uranium warhammer once we find more uranium. For now I gave him a steel one looted from a raider. As for a proper doctor, we were still dreaming. Soon after, we picked up a signal from yet another grav core, this time coming from some underground cave system. Very interesting, but it was in the opposite direction from the frozen terraformer, and I didn't want to deviate from our path yet. We also had some traders come by, we sold them junk we didn't need, and in return I bought a TV and a book. We need to slowly start collecting them, they are great for recreation and can really help with mood. Hopefully that will reduce the number of mental breaks, because everyone is still sniping on cooldown. But Trouble hadn't forgotten about us either. We got a pack of man-hunting boomerangs. We just locked the doors and waited for them to leave. Right after that, a raid from Itakin pirates dropped in. Literally dropped, they arrived in transport pods, thankfully not inside the grav ship. And they even brought a minigun or two with them. This time the boomerangs actually helped us. They tore into some of the pirates first, which made our life much easier. We still had to fight the rest, but their attack wasn't well coordinated, so it wasn't too bad. Though it was definitely scary in the moment. We even chased them when they started fleeing, but only managed to catch and finish their commander. The two guys with miniguns got away. What a shame. On the plus side, we stripped the commander and got another set of marine armor, which went straight to Reeves, along with that legendary marine helmet we found a long time ago. Time to finally put that thing to use. The leftover junk I just traded to some passing travelers. They didn't have much silver, but we did get some goodwill with their faction. And I picked up a few industrial meds, the blue ones, because our stock was slowly running low. I usually save those for infections or serious diseases. Also, to my surprise, gravelite panels can literally just fall out of the sky in a pot. That was unexpected, but I won't complain. By this time we'd finished another gravship expansion. We didn't use up all the gravelite panels because there wasn't a big need to fully max it out yet. We extended both wings around the barracks and also the front part of the ship. Step by step, our little starter gravship was slowly turning into something more serious. On the left side of the ship, I built a proper research room for two people and put in a couple of bookcases. Once that was done, our research speed shot up. It felt so much faster. I also made a small extra barrack there for prisoners or any guests we might have to host for a while. On the right side, I expanded the crew barracks and finally made a proper hospital. We also keep all the medicine in there now, so nobody has to run across the entire grav ship every time someone needs treatment. At the front of the ship I just added two more generators as backup power. With the gravelite panels we had left, I thought about building a hydroponics room, but I wasn't sure yet. Hydroponics, it's a lot of steel and electricity, and once again we were almost out. For now we were still managing with food, more or less, so we didn't feel urgent. While we were harvesting the last crops on the map and collecting any remaining useful resources, Ryder finally reached level 4 in medicine and was able to perform surgery on Makar. He installed a prosthetic arm. Finally, Makar had his arm back, even if it was a cheap one. We didn't get to finish gathering absolutely everything though, because another mechanoid cluster landed. I didn't feel like playing with that again, so we just took off. This time we flew to another hostile cannibal tribe. Time for another conquest. Maybe we'd grab a prisoner if someone decent survived. There were quite a lot of them, but honestly at this point cannibals were not much of a problem anymore. We wiped them out without too much trouble and even managed to kill the leader of their faction. Too bad none of the survivors were worth recruiting. The base itself didn't have anything crazy either, mostly food and some silver weapons we could sell, no real reason to stay there alone. But we did use a quiet moment to hold a ceremony for Bjorn. He had enough honor now to get a new title, Novice, and one psycasting ability. That sounded fun. Imperial nobles came down, did their little ritual, waved their glitter world hands around, and it was done. Not bad. The ability we got wasn't super exciting though. Chunk skip, basically telekinetically move stone chunks to create instant cover. I mean, it's not useless, but it's not exactly flashy. Still, it might come in handy, and later we can hopefully buy more Psy trainers from traders. As far as I understand, Bjorn can now learn all level 1 Psy casts. Right after that, I finally did what I've been planning for a long time. I made Choco our production specialist, and Writer our research specialist. Just like the previous ideological roles, these also give buffs and abilities. Choco now builds and crafts faster, and any items he makes are one quality level higher. He also got the production command ability, which boosts construction and crafting speed for everyone nearby. Writer researches and hacks faster and got research command, which speeds up research for everyone in range. Very nice. I barely had time to enjoy those upgrades when we caught a new signal, an ancient complex where we could find a Mechanitor's body. If we could extract a mech link from it, we'd get a second Mechanitor, and that is insanely strong. There was no way I could ignore that. So after spending a couple more days gathering resources and food at the current site, we spun up the engines and flew straight towards that complex. We landed not far from the complex and went in almost right away. Honestly, I was expecting some serious resistance, but inside there were only a couple of mechanoids and we dealt with them pretty easily. The mechs in the other rooms I just decided not to poke at all, so the mech link turned out to be almost a freebie. I am not complaining. I didn't want to install it on anyone yet though, a second Mechanitor needs good crafting, otherwise they can't really handle mech gestation. The only real candidate was Choco, but he is already busy 24/7, so I decided to just hold onto it for now. We still had to stay here for a while anyway, because the grav engine was on cooldown, so we might as well use the time. We started mining resources and pushing research. I really wanted to unlock the big thrusters to increase our travel range. And at this point, for some reason, I convinced myself that to start researching those, we needed to defeat the first mechanoid boss. That boss is actually needed for something completely different, unlocking new mechs, gear and buildings. Why I decided it was tied to thrusters, I have no idea. I think I just mixed up the tech lines. And I still didn't know yet that to actually build the new thrusters we'd need orbital resources. Yeah, fun. But back then I didn't realize any of that, so we built a comms console, you can use it to talk to other factions, trade with ships in orbit and also to call in the first mech boss, Diabolus. Either way, beating Diabolus would still be useful long term, because it unlocks new mech tech, so we summoned this ultra heavy mech and hoped we wouldn't regret it. He arrived almost immediately and landed right next to the gravship, and yeah, he looked scary. But this wasn't our first fight. What worried me was his 60% EMP resistance. My whole plan was basically spam EMP grenades and pray. Well, 60% is still not 100%, so I gave Ryder some EMP grenades. The sniper rifle isn't that great at close range anyway. A couple of in-game hours later, Diablo started his assault. His two military escorts walked into our traps and died instantly. The big guy himself we met fully prepared. Remember when I said the grav field extender was in a bad position? Well, Diablo decided to shoot exactly at it. Luckily, Bjorn and Makar rushed him in a melee. Ryder started tossing EMP grenades and Choco was firing EMP shots from his underbarrel launcher. And we got insanely lucky, the stun actually landed. If it hadn't, I'm pretty sure how the gravship would have been turned into scrap along with Choco and Ryder. But the stun worked, and once he was disabled, finishing him off wasn't too hard. We got away from our first mech boss fight surprisingly cheaply, poorly thanks to RNG. From his remains we got a signal chip, which Björn immediately brought to the research bench. And that unlocked, drumroll, new mech-related research. At the time I was honestly shocked. But still, it was very good news. Now we could eventually craft new mechanical gear, implants, a larger mech gestator and recharger, a new subcore producer, new mechs themselves, and even an antenna to summon the next boss, the War Queen. We'll research all that later, but right now we simply don't have space on the gravship for a big gestator and recharger. We had to hang around this title for a couple more days while the engine cooled down. We mined some more resources, fought off a pack of man-hunting minks, and tried out the toxic IEDs we had researched earlier. Still not sure if they are worth it, to be honest. After that, the cooldown finally ended, and we lifted off again. We decided to drift off our main course again, but not without a good reason. We heard rumors about one of the relics we were hunting, the legendary Mana Sword, Bionic Turfing. We had two leads, both pretty close to our current location, and since we were planning to move on from this area anyway, I figured we might as well check them now so we wouldn't have to come back later. And yeah, what this would turn into, you will see. Looking back, I think it would have been smarter just keep flying quietly towards that terraformer. The first lead pointed us to an ancient complex, nothing too crazy there. We cleared out a couple of mechs, grabbed some supplies. Okay, we also almost burned to death in the process, but we'll just skip over that part. After that we hacked a couple of terminals to get more info about the relic. At the very end, some poor lone guy wandered in, and Ryder just sniped him. That was it. We were free to leave. I did try to keep planting rice whenever we stopped somewhere, but ever since I got rid of the agri-hands, it's been a complete disaster. Reeves just couldn't keep up. Either he was sick, having a mental break, or something else was going wrong, and in the end we hadn't had a proper harvest in a long time. Thankfully, we still had pemmican and survival meals, which kept me from completely panicking about food. After a couple of days of looting the surrounding area, we took off again. The second lead pointed us to a colony of a gentle tribe. They had a similar terminal, and from what I understood, they basically treated it like a god, so touching it was forbidden, and even staying near it for too long was also a problem. It was weird. They were not even hostile to us at first. And who could have known that this would turn into one of the biggest bloodbaths I have ever seen? But let's go step by step. Since this tribal colony didn't look very big, and after the last few stops we were already feeling pretty confident, we decided not to overthink it and landed almost right next to them. On the way in, we even managed to save a Gonzalez from the merchants cartel, who crashed nearby in a transport pod and needed medical help. Then the locals got angry at us because we started building a choke point wall on their land. We thought, okay, no problem, we will deal with you first. As you can see, that first fight wasn't hard at all. After that, Ryder went to hack the terminal and we relaxed. The plan was simple: sit here for a couple of days, mine some resources, heal up, wait for the engine cooldown, and then fly off. By this point, it all felt like a routine. About an hour later, we realized just how badly we had miscalculated. Reinforcements appeared at the edge of the map, and this time it wasn't 7 people, it was 35. On top of that, a bunch of them had breaching access, which means they were not going to politely walk into our choke point. They were planning to chop straight through the grav ship's hull. We thought, alright, it will be hard, but we can probably handle it without much trouble. Yeah, we were wrong again, and this was still the easy part compared to what would happen later. First, we needed to see exactly where they were planning to break through. Once we realized which side they were going to hit, we moved everyone there and tried to set up a defensive line at the wall. Gonzalez was still lying in bed inside, and we could only hope she wouldn't catch a stray arrow or bullet during the fight. The battle started, and at first we were doing pretty well. We were holding the breach, killing 1 or 2 enemies at a time. Our only real fear was that their archers would pick us off before we could rob their melee fighters. Bjorn fought like a beast and only went down when there was just 1 melee raider left. We finished that guy quickly, and then Reeves and Makar pushed forward to take out the archers while everyone else covered them from behind. Makar didn't last long out there. Reeves, on the other hand, went absolutely crazy. He managed to kill more than 5 enemies by himself. By the end, he looked like a walking sieve full of holes. I honestly don't know how he was still conscious. We didn't really have time to loot, strip bodies or carefully pick prisoners. All of us needed medical help, but we still made one exception, a guy named Raymond. He had a lot in common with Reeves, he could become a great melee fighter, and on top of that he was good with plants. So he could help Reeves with the fields later. We grabbed him and threw him into a bed. After that, all we could do was patch everyone up, repair the damaged parts of the grav ship, and try to get ready for whatever was coming next. All we'd really managed to do was partially rebuild the traps in the choke point, repair the walls and patch everyone up a bit, when the second raid hit, another 35 enemies. And this time we were absolutely not ready. Bjorn was lying in a coma with an infection, very inspiring leadership, so we couldn't rely on him and his mechs at all. Reeves and Makar were both on mental breaks, that left only Choco and a wounded writer actually able to fight. I honestly thought this is it, this is the end. We started desperately thinking through any possible options and then remembered the biomutation pulsar. I didn't really believe the mutants would kill the whole raid for us, but at the very least that thing turns every animal on the map into a mutated monster, and that alone bought us time. The raiders immediately switched targets, started chasing the mutants all over the map, and got split up. The mutants even managed to kill a few of them, which was very satisfying to watch. Of course, that couldn't last forever, and eventually Choco and Ryder still had to stand and defend the rest of the team and the grav ship. When the raiders finally broke into the ship, we had to pull back deeper inside, but right then Reeves snapped out of his mental break and came back online. Perfect timing. As for Makar, we basically used him as a human shield. If you are wandering around useless in that state, you might as well soak some bullets, and weirdly enough that kind of worked. Then the raiders did something I really didn't expect. They gave up on breaking through and decided to just kidnap Bjorn and leave. We couldn't allow that, no matter how questionable our leader might be. Thankfully, we managed to push them back and rescue him, and that was the last straw for their morale. They broke and started fleeing. Somehow we survived, again, but this time literally everyone was properly injured. And with only about 14 hours left until the next attack, there wasn't much we could realistically do, especially since people actually need to sleep sometimes. All we could do was hope we'd at least manage to bandage everyone up and repair critical damage before the next wave hit. I was completely desperate at this point. I went through every possible option in my head and really regretted not researching at least some turrets or explosive IEDs earlier. I even thought about somehow burning them all, but I couldn't come up with anything that would actually work. And then they arrived, another 35 enemies. Honestly, our morale was completely shattered by then. But we still had to give it one last shot and try to protect the crew. The only thing that saved us at the start was that the attackers were extremely hesitant. They didn't all rush inside at once, they came in small groups, 4 or 5 at most. That gave us a chance to fight them off piece by piece. Then our mechs came to the rescue and blocked the passage with their bodies. That helped a ton. The rest of the raiders seemed weirdly unwilling to push in. Maybe they were spooked by the literal carpet of corpses lying all around our gravship. We used the moment. Choco ran out and started repairing the walls they had broken, and since the doors into the choke point were also closed, they didn't dare to attack the gravship directly anymore. Somehow it worked. I was sitting there thinking, are we actually going to survive this? Makar couldn't handle the stress and went off to smash furniture again, but a few hours later the raiders finally gave up and started retreating. I genuinely thought we were all going to die that day. The bad news: the next raid was scheduled to hit in 10 hours, and the engine would only be ready in 14. If you do the simple math, it becomes clear we were relying on pure luck at this point. I really hope that last wave had been the final one, but no, there was going to be another. All we could do now was patch ourselves up as best we could, fix the gravship one more time and try to recover a bit of strength before the last storm hit. This time it was 55 of them. 55! I was honestly ready to just cry from the stress. Thankfully, they didn't attack right away, they were regrouping, that was our chance. I was literally about to hit launch and run, but then... Gonzalez. I mean, I'm happy she survived and all, but she did not want to fly with us. She just started walking towards the exit of the gravship like, yeah, I will stay here. So we had to wait, while they were already surrounding our hull from all sides. Only after that could we take off. I will remember that moment for the rest of my life. I just hope Gonzalez is okay there, alone with 55 tribals. Not much else I can say. At that point we really didn't care where to go, as long as it was far, far away from that place. So we just flew as far towards the terraformer as our range allowed, and picked a tile with temperate forest. We needed to get everyone back into shape and just breathe. After landing, the next few in-game days we did nothing but heal wounds, repair the gravship, fix the mechs and gear, sort through the loot and drag corpses out of the ship. It's honestly a miracle nobody got any permanent serious injuries. We just needed time to calm down after what happened. Ideally, we also needed to stock up on wood and fuel. During all this, Bjorn even did a leader speech and told everyone how amazing we were, especially for not letting the tribals kidnap him. Well, fair enough. After something like that, you really do feel like a survivor. Then something interesting happened. A gentle tribe called the Kingship of Kanga asked for our help. They are one of those peaceful tribes that prefer a calm life and are open to alliances and trade with just about anyone. They were being chased by 22 man-hunting rhinos. The rewards were pretty good, but one item stood out immediately: a resurrector mech serum. That thing can bring a dead creature back to life. I have no idea where they even got it. Plus, they were offering uranium, and we could really use it for another Warhammer. The plan was simple: we just seal ourselves inside the gravship and not go out at all. The engine was ready to launch anyway, so if something went horribly wrong, we just fly off. When the rhinos arrived, a fierce Neanderthal tribe attacked us at the same time. I did not envy them. Rhinos wiped the first group completely, but the second group was stronger and managed to finish the rhinos. But all the survivors were wounded, so it wasn't hard for us to go out and clean them up. And we got a lot of rhino meat out of it. Very nice. We didn't stay on that map any longer than we had to. Once everything was butchered, packed and repaired, we took off again. Same plan as before, fly as far towards the frozen terraformer as our fuel and sanity would allow. Since our farming had been a disaster for a long time already and the temperature on this map was clearly not great for growing rice, we just decided to stop pretending. We gave up on serious crops and switched fully to hunting until we can build hydroponics. Maybe we'd still play some small fields just so people could train their plant skill, but we stopped relying on them for food. And honestly, that was one of the best decisions we made. We got plenty of meat, lots of leather to sell or craft into clothes, and on top of that we were training shooting at the same time. Perfect combo. For now, Ryder was our only hunter, but in the future we will definitely need more people with rifles. We also got lucky and found some really big uranium deposits on this map. This will be very useful later. The only downside is that mining uranium takes forever, so we had to stay here longer than I would have liked. Somewhere in the middle of all that, we finally finished all the standard research up to electricity. Finally checked that box. We also discovered an ancient danger here. After dealing with a small group of mutants inside, we found an orbital mech cluster targeter, which lets us call down a mech cluster wherever we want, and another biomutation pulsar, which I happily took. There was also a tech print for artificial metabolism, which will come in handy much later. Inside the cryptosleep caskets, thankfully, were non-hostile people. One of them I actually liked. Her name was Dizel. She didn't have any animal skill, which is a shame, but she still looked like a solid hunter and a good apprentice for writer in research. In the future, she could easily become our second research specialist. For now though, she'd have to stay as a prisoner, because we need to convert her to our ideology first. The others we patched up and sent on their way with some gear and food. Not long after that, Raven finally joined us. Now we had 3 strong melee fighters, and we could literally block a doorway together so nobody could squeeze past. That alone makes defending choke points much easier. We also managed to call in a few drones from orbit that contained the remaining clues about the relic. Now we finally knew exactly where Bionic Turfing was, but I had zero desire to go back there right now after everything we'd been through. That could wait for later. So we kept flying. We were getting closer and closer to the frozen terraformer, just one more jump and we'd be there. The only problem was that I chose a pretty bad landing spot for that last stop. We landed basically surrounded by bugs. We had to stay alert all the time and avoid wandering too far from the gravship, though a couple of small skirmishes with the bugs were still unavoidable. And then we also got an infestation on top of that. So yeah, we really didn't want to stay there any longer than necessary. As soon as the ancient cooldown ended, we took off and finally flew straight to the terraformer. When we arrived, we found a huge chunk of ice. Somewhere inside that giant frozen block was a machine we needed to destroy, before this whole region turned into a solid glacier. First, we decided to set up a small foothold. We even built a geothermal generator so we wouldn't have to burn some fuel all the time, since our wood reserves were not exactly great. At least there was some wildlife around, otherwise with our food situation it would have been rough. Most of what we had was pemmican and survival meals. On the bright side, Dizel finally joined us. First woman in the colony. The all-male sausage party was getting a bit old, so this was a nice change. But we didn't have much time to celebrate, because Bjorn was busy mining into that massive ice wall, trying to find anything that looked like part of the terraformer structure. It was like trying to find a needle in a frozen haystack. Eventually, though, he hit a man-made wall. Following it along, we finally uncovered a door leading into some kind of complex. We didn't get to check what was inside right away, because we had to deal with a raid from the pirate gang called the Grey Hunters. They had breaching access, so we decided to fight them outside rather than let them chew through the gravship hull. I even used Bjorn's Psychas for the first time, chunk skip, and honestly it wasn't bad at all. We created a nice big chunk wall for cover, and the fight went well overall. But combat was rough on Dizel. Welcome to the team. But she survived, and that's what matters. As a reward, she got her own sniper rifle, so now she can be a proper hunter as well. While everyone was resting and patching up, we squeezed in a quick code communion. This time it only gave us a nice mood boost, no new colonies. Still better than nothing. After that, I sent a small squad into the complex. Inside, it turned out to be pretty manageable. A couple of turrets, some traps, and those little mech vacuum cleaners with shotguns. If you are careful and don't rush, one or two melee fighters are enough to handle a place like this. And while the team was fighting inside the complex, Bjorn was flirting with the Zell. He actually succeeded, too. By the time the others got back, they were officially lovers and already wanted a shared bed. He does not waste time. If only he showed that kind of initiative in his leadership duties. Once we finished clearing the complex, we easily found the terraformer itself. From it we recovered the grav core and we also looted some grav light panels from the crates around. We stayed here just a couple more days, long enough to finish all research up to microelectronics and to mine out the remaining resources in the area. But it became obvious we really need more miners, or some proper mining mechs. Right now, Bjorn is digging out entire maps by himself, and that takes forever. So with the terraformer dealt with, we got back to the grav ship and took off again. We wanted to go on another conquest because the mood penalties was stacking up again, but we just couldn't reach any hostile colonies. We were literally one tile short of our jump range every time. That's hard. So instead, we decided to keep moving towards the relic and the next grav core, which was somewhere in a cave system. Yep, another half-planet road trip. I won't go into the details of every single jump on the way there. From the interesting stuff along the road, we picked up a signal for yet another grav core, a crashed mechanoid platform. But it was pretty far off, and I really didn't want to drift from the plan again. We bought a shield bell for Bjorn so he could feel a bit safer in melee. Also, fun discovery, you can actually buy gravelite panels from orbital traders. That's very convenient. The Zell became our second research specialist, and with her and Ryder working together, especially under each other's research command buffs, the tech tree just started melting. We also hit a Western pirate base along the way to cheer up the mood a bit. The most valuable loot from the raid was a mortar with shells and a minigun from a guy who thought he could hide inside a little house and we wouldn't find him. Yeah. We'll definitely hand that minigun to someone later. Since all our melee fighters' armor was getting pretty worn out, I decided to put them in flux sets for now as well. That way they always have at least some decent protection on. And by this point, Choco was regularly making Masterwork gear anyway, so the quality was great. At some point, Bjorn and Zell actually got married, so I squeezed a double bed into the barracks for them. Hopefully they won't annoy everyone too much. Now we're just waiting for kids, I guess. We really do need more hands. The rest of the time we were just stocking up on supplies, mining anything useful we saw, and generally trying not to die. And then, finally, after what felt like a whole season or more, we reached the relic site. To my surprise, it was guarded by only a few basic mechs. We took them out without any real trouble. And there it was, the legendary bionic Turfy. Bjorn grabbed it so fast nobody even had time to admire it. But I don't blame him. That sword is insane. Almost 20 damage and 140% armor penetration. Now that's a weapon. It suits him, I'll give him that. Leader perks, I guess, even if he is a questionable leader. We could have mounted the sword in a reliquary, which has its own ideological benefits, but I really didn't want to waste ship space on that right now. We'll set up a proper reliquary for it later. We stayed there for a couple more days to mine out the local resources, and then it was back to the grav ship and onward to our next destination. Our hands were already itching to rebuild the grav ship. Not just expand it a bit, but actually redesign it properly. By this point we had 2 grav cores and almost 400 gravlight panels, so it finally made sense. We picked a calm tile on the way towards the next grav core, with increased plant life, granite and marble. It looked like a good place to grab resources and work on the ship. I just hoped we'd have enough materials for everything I had in mind. We set up a geothermal generator, big growing zones, outer walls, and even a small external choke point. We needed a temporary base of operations, because this rebuild was clearly going to take a while. We didn't even get to enjoy the peaceful lives for more than a couple of days before a pack of man-hunting mega sloths showed up. Those things are some of the strongest animals in the game, so I was ready for a disaster. But somehow we handled them without any serious problems. Turned out, we're actually pretty strong now. Bjorn and Dizel were not wasting time either. She got pregnant. Reinforcements are on the way. Of course, the raids didn't stop. They were a lot stronger now too. One of the raids was close to 100 enemies, but Bjorn, Reeves and Raven held the entrance in melee with everyone else fired from behind. So in the end, we managed to push them back. During this time, we also finished all the techs up to multi-analyzers that don't require tech prints. The next Code Communion, sadly, didn't give us a new crew member, just a nice mood buff. At this point, honestly, even that was something. We spent so much time on this map that the cell actually went into labor here. Thankfully, the birth went smoothly, their first child was a boy, and they named him Earl. Mechanoids almost wiped us once in this period too. We barely managed to patch everyone up in time, and Ryder in the chaos somehow managed to shoot Bjorn in the eye. Not great. We'll have to find a good implant or something later. On the other hand, now we can call him Odin, so there is that. Now about the gravship. I spent a long time thinking how I wanted the final version to look. The idea was to build a big core section now, and then as we find more grav cores and gravlite panels, just extend it according to that plan. So for now it turned into a kind of big box, which we'll keep adding to later. In terms of size, it's basically half of the final gravship, around 1000 tiles out of the 2000. The interior still needs a lot of work, and I'm pretty sure I will end up rebuilding parts of it again later, but that's a problem for future me. While we were busy with construction, a Yutakin pirate sea showed up with some very well armed enemies. The idea made me nervous, but to my surprise, Ryder and Dizel handled most of them without too much trouble. She even carried baby Earl with her, harsh woman. I guess she wants him to learn how things work here from day one. The rest of the pirates ran straight into a trade caravan that arrived at the worst possible time for them, and the best possible time for us. The traders finished off a bunch of survivors, and we saved as many of the merchants as we could. In return, we got piles of gear and supplies, and something even better. Our first ally, the Civil Outlander Union Terfenin. A pretty down-to-earth faction that cares about trade, trust and survival, and actually values civilized behavior. There were more raids after that too, every time it was on the edge, but we survived. Choco's unique shotgun, though, didn't. One of the fights ended in a fire and the shotgun just burned. We'll have to be more careful. I really hope Bionic Turfing doesn't meet the same fate. For now, Choco will run around with a minigun instead. It took almost a full year on the tile, but in the end the gravship was finally ready. Before I walk you through what we built, I want to say this. I spent a lot of time experimenting with turrets and different defensive setups. I really wanted to make some kind of gunboat, a ship covered in cannons from all sides. But on this difficulty, turrets just don't pull their weight. To actually stop these raids, you need a ridiculous number of them, both small and large, placed close together so they can focus fire. If you place them close together, you get chain explosions. If you spread them out, they don't do enough. On top of that, they eat insane amounts of steel, plasteel, components and power. So in the end I just gave up on the turret fantasy. This gravship will be defended the old-fashioned way, by the crew. Now let me give you a quick tour. The food freezer didn't change much, I added one more cooler and removed the kitchen from there, so it's just a proper cold storage now. The dining room though finally evolved. I actually built a nutrient-based dispenser. We made it. It only took, what, hundreds of days? I also swapped the TV for a better one and added second throne for the future, in case we get a second royal palm. I finally got rid of the horseshoe pin too. Why the chess table survived while the horseshoes didn't, that will remain a mystery. Below that is one of the main corridors. I wanted two exits from the gravship, just in case. Under that corridor is a new hydroponics room. It should easily cover food for the whole crew. If we ever end up overproducing rice, we can just turn it into chem fuel. We can also dedicate some basins to medicine and clothes, which is huge. To control the temperature, I put in two coolers and two heaters. Along the walls I added shelves. This is basically our main general storage now, because there was a lot of empty space I didn't want to waste. Not the most elegant solution, but it works for now. To the right of that is one of the two generator rooms, mirrored with the one above. In total, we have 8 chem fuel generators. The fun part is how they interact with the rest of the ship. Generators produce a ton of heat while running, so I put vents into the walls. If it's cold outside or we are in orbit, we can use that waste heat to warm almost the entire grav ship. That's why the generator rooms are in the center of the ship and close to hydroponics. There are also fuel tanks and shelves for chem fuel in there. To the right again is another corridor, which has already turned into a storage hallway. Spoiler, the same thing will happen to most other corridors too. On the right of that corridor are two rooms. The lower one is a full workshop with every bench we need right now. Tailoring, smithing, smelting, machining, the works. I also placed two tool cabinets to speed up work and shelves all along the walls for materials. The room above, that is our upgraded lab. On top of what we had before, I finally found space for a large mech gestator and two large rechargers. There is also a subcore soft scanner for making the new subcores for advanced mechs. So that means we will now have to scan colonists' brains, so we'll want a steady supply of prisoners. I only kept one research bench because space is tight, but I added a multi-analyzer so we can unlock the higher techs. And of course a bunch of bookcases, because by this point we've collected a small library, plus a couple of shelves squeezed in there as well. I can't help it. Above that is the grav engine room with its batteries and a single generator. I didn't really touch that section. To the right of the engine is an expanded choke point. Honestly, it looks more like a future mass grave than a defensive corridor, but it still gives us some kind of control over how enemies move inside. Above that are 3 small rooms, a private bedroom for Bjorn, Dazel and their child Earl, an Arkstone with a bench for rituals. I was pretty much forced to build it because we are getting huge mood penalties for not having it, especially now that the ship's wealth is close to 200,000, and a room with a pilot and comms consoles. Mood is going to be a bigger challenge going forward. At this wealth level, everyone starts demanding age reversal, neural superchargers, implants, all the things we still don't have and won't get soon. So the complaints are only getting louder. To the left of that, I squeezed in a tiny room where we can teach Earl and share skills with him. Basically, our school. Let's just say we don't exactly treat education as a top priority. The billiards table takes up more space than the classroom. Further left is the main crew barracks. I tried to make it as compact as possible, but still somewhat cozy. I even put in a small statue there, and Reeves will be making more art over time, so eventually we'll decorate it properly. To the right of the barracks is a very compact hospital and a small prison room, functional and close to everything. Across the whole ship I replaced normal doors with outdoor systems to keep movement fast. In the lower industrial part of the ship I also installed several fire foam poppers, so that if something catches fire there, it doesn't turn into a full meltdown. In the upper residential part there isn't as much flammable stuff, so I didn't clutter it with poppers, and they lower beauty anyway. And that's more or less it. I couldn't really build much more even if I wanted to. We ran out of materials, and we don't have any advanced components. That's also why we haven't started producing new high-tier equipment yet, even though a lot of it is already researched. So that's probably the next phase for us: gather materials, craft new gear, get ready to go into orbit, and maybe finally start testing the new mechs, if we can collect enough resources and prisoners. For now though, it's time to leave this place behind. And yeah, looking at the map, it really feels like wherever we go, we leave a trail of death and ruins. Not exactly the most peaceful odyssey. I decided I was done chasing that grav core in the cave systems. I was really tired of jumping those 40 tile hops over and over. So I changed the plan. Instead of crawling across the whole planet again, we'd go to orbit. Just pick some random asteroid, land there, and mine waxstone for the new thrusters. Scary? Yes. Freezing cold? Also yes. But it had to be done eventually, anyway. By the time I'd already researched the tech for the larger thrusters, plus the gear needed for EVA on orbit. So all we really needed was a place with the right resources to build everything. And since our ideology was again grumbling about the lack of conquest, I decided to mix business with pleasure. So the Neanderthals got punched in the face again. The minigun showed itself really well, by the way. I keep thinking, imagine if you had 10 of those. These fights would look very different. As usual, I completely forgot that I should really be taking prisoners. From this point on, I also started buying advanced components whenever I could, because I still didn't really know any reliable way to get them in bulk. I also kept grabbing gravlight panels whenever traders had them. Thankfully, we had plenty of silver. I traded so much that we even became allies with the merchant cartel. Nice bonus. Since this tile had good resources, we focused on finishing the ship and the crew for orbit. What barriers, oxygen generators and vents. I ordered 3 shield bells for all our melee fighters and just hoped Choco would crank out some masterworks. With those bells, they'd be a lot safer, at least against friendly fire. For the ranged fighters, I ordered hunter packs and turret packs. In reality, I won't use them for a while. I have some kind of a curse with backpacks, I always forget they exist in the middle of a fight. On top of that, I queued vac suits and vac helms for everyone. Those would definitely take a while to finish. Since Bjorn would have to wear a vac helm, he'd lose control of 3 of his mechs. So, with a heavy heart, I decided to dismantle 3 of the Militors. That decision hurt. They'd been with us from the very beginning and saved our lives so many times. Honestly, without them I don't think we'd have made it this far, but it had to be done. The next few weeks were basically just waiting and watching production. And you know what? Even that felt nice. For once we could just close the doors and live fully autonomously inside the gravship for as long as we needed. Soon enough everything was ready, everyone had changed into their new gear and Bjorn gave a leader speech. He told the crew what was waiting for us up there in orbit, what the plan was and why we were doing this. We were finally ready. Of course, it didn't work on the first try, obviously. We tried to jump straight to the asteroid, and we were 1 tile short. 1 single tile. Again. I was losing my mind at this point, so we had to land somewhere closer, just hoping the asteroid wouldn't drift away while the engine was cooling down. At least that stop wasn't totally useless. There was an ancient danger on the map, and when we cracked it open we found a jump-pack tech print. Really good find. Sadly, the people in the cryptosleep caskets were nothing special, so we just patched them up and let them go. No new crew this time. As soon as the engine was ready again, we finally made the jump to the asteroid. Thankfully, this time it was actually in range. What I absolutely did not expect to see on an asteroid was a tree, but there it was, and it even created a small patch of fertile soil around itself. Pretty useful thing in theory. We landed near it, mostly because there was also a supply crate nearby. Inside we found seeds for that tree. Not bad at all. Outside it was about minus 75 degrees, but the grav ship was holding up fine thanks to the heat from the generators, and we had enough oxygen inside. So we were not going to freeze, suffocate or starve. Already a good start. We began mining waxstone, and by we I mean Bjorn went to dig it alone like always. No assistance. We immediately processed the chunks into blocks and started stacking them. I wanted to grab a good supply for the future, because who knows where else we may need waxstone later. Meanwhile, Earl grew up a bit and could finally start helping around the ship. Cleaning, hauling, flicking switches. Pretty nice upgrade from a screaming baby. I also decided not to delay his combat training and handed him a minigun right away. I just hoped he could even lift it. Let's just say that wasn't my best idea. You will see why later. Once we hit about 1000 Voxstone blocks in storage, I decided that was enough for now. Time to leave the rock and get back to building thrusters. I decided not to fly too far this time and combine our next hope with another conquest. We needed prisoners for the new mechs anyway, so the Neanderthals were about to get punched in the face again. Earl still had his minigun and technically he could fire it. But oh man, he was shooting everywhere except at the enemies. Most of the bullets went into the walls or straight into the backs of Bjorn, Reeves and Raven. That kid was basically a walking friendly fire event. I knew I'd have to do something about that later. Still, the raid itself wasn't a big problem, and we cleared them out without too much trouble. We didn't even have time to relax before a double raid hit us. First mechanoids, then a pirate gang. Luckily for us, they started fighting each other. It really felt like Randy was just waiting for us to come back from orbit so he could throw everything he had at us. Reeves chose that exact moment to have a mental break and wander around outside. All I could do was wish him luck. Of course, the mechs destroyed the pirates and then started moving toward us. I even gave Ryder a triple rocket launcher which we took from some raider, hoping he'd carry us. In the end, he destroyed only 2 mechs and lightly damaged a couple more. After that, it was all on us to hold the line and not let them inside. I swapped everyone to assault rifles, because the miniguns were great, but they were shredding the walls inside our tiny checkpoint. Sniper rifles from now are only for special missions or hunting. And I took the minigun away from Earl and handed him EMP grenades instead. Those are definitely safer in his hands than 720 rounds per minute. We managed to hold, grabbed a few prisoners and looted some decent gear from the raiders. After a double raid like that, I was really hoping for at least a small break. I queued up a batch of chain shotguns, planning to test them in our narrow checkpoint later. I also started making new subcores for the advanced mechs. As far as I understand, you can repeat that procedure on the same person after some cooldowns, so it's a renewable resource, in a very RimWorld kind of way. At the same time, we began build 6 large thrusters, finally. I had to shuffle some shelves around and slightly redesign the dining room. I moved the paste dispenser into the food storage because it was blocking the room from counting as a proper throne room as well. Then I pushed the rest of the furniture around until everything fit again. The new large fuel tanks didn't fit anywhere, so I built small extensions of the hull to house them. In the spots where the old small tanks used to be, I put extra generators instead. We also did another code communion, and this time we actually got someone. Snaffy, Choco's daughter. Just as nervous as her father. Once she grows up, she'll become a solid medic, which we desperately need. Help Makar with cooking, and she's shaping up to be a decent shooter as well. By then, we finished all the research we could up to fabrication, but we had completely run out of steel and components, and I really wanted to try building some of the new mechs, so it was time to move again. Right when we were about to leave, Bjorn Gazelle announced that she was pregnant again. Maybe that's Bjorn's new strategy. If we can't find good recruits, he will just manufacture them himself. At this rate, we are going to have a population problem. The grav ship is not exactly infinite. On the bright side, the new thrusters gave us a jump range of 136 tiles. That's what I call a real travel radius. Honestly, looking back, I think we should have rushed hydroponics and then go to orbit as soon as possible, just to build these thrusters earlier. But hey, better later than never. I decided to move towards the crashed mechanoid platform, since it was the closest grav core for now. But before heading there, we needed a proper refill on resources, upgrade Bjorn's Mechanitor gear and build some new mechs. So I picked a tile with an ancient fuel refinery, hoping we'd find a ton of fuel inside. First thing we did was go explore the complex. In the very first room we walked into a corpse with its head cleanly cut off. Not exactly a comforting welcome, but in the end it turned out to be more atmosphere than danger. There wasn't much real threat inside. And we didn't miss. After fully clearing the place, we walked away with almost 1,500 champ fuel and a few components. Not bad at all. For the first time, I personally contacted the merchant cartel via the comp console and called in traders, because there were no more components on the map. But we barely finished the trade when a raid from the rough Outlander Union dropped straight on our heads, literally inside the gravship, in drop pods. That timing felt suspicious. But this is exactly the kind of situation where melee shines. Shotguns too, they did really well in tight ship corridors. We got pretty beat up, but overall we handled them without too much trouble. After that, we finally switched back to what we came here for, upgrading Bjorn's gear and our mech lineup. I also wanted to give Choco a mech link eventually and build him some mechanical equipment too. So we summoned Diabolus one more time to get a second signaled ship. It wasn't a clean fight, but we managed. One of the prisoners did get his head blown off in the process though. Let's just say nobody in this world has heard of Geneva Convention. Then I realized we still didn't have that many researchers or gestators. So for now I settled on crafting just one piece of high-end gear, a Mech Commander helm for Bjorn, which costs one ship and gives plus 6 bandwidth. Choco crafted it as legendary, by the way. Absolute legend himself. I just hope the helmet lasts a long time, because farming mech bosses every time you need to replace it sounds painful. At that moment I decided Bjorn would only personally go into melee in extreme situations. Losing the relic sword or his mechanical gear would be a disaster, and if he gets knocked out, all his mechs drop offline anyway. So we need to find someone else to take his spot on the front line. Then I sat down and thought about what mechs we actually needed most right now. I ended up deciding that 3 tunnelers would be the best long-term investment. We need a lot of mining. Most of it happens off-screen, and Bjorn alone can't keep it. Tunnelers can mine, they are tough, and they have shields, so they are also great tanks in fights. Right now we only have the bandwidth for 2 of them, but that's fine. The gestation time is way longer than small mechs, so just growing a full squad is going to take a lot of days anyway. Once we fill up our current bandwidth, I will either craft the backpack for plus 9 more, that one costs 2 signaled ships, or just turn Choco into a second Mechanitor, we'll see. Not long after, another raid from the rough Outlander Union hit us, but this time an Imperial caravan happened to be on the map and helped us out. We got lucky with the survivors too. We captured 2 very promising pawns. Chris turned out to be an excellent shooter, and she can help Bjorn with mining and maybe art or research later. She does need a new left kidney though, small detail. Trav is basically Bjorn's future replacement on the melee line, and can also help with growing food. For some reason, all our melee fighters are gardeners. His social skill will definitely be useful as well. Overall, the day felt like a big win. We even grabbed a 3rd prisoner, just in case. They also brought quite a lot of marine armor, so I decided to at least give a good suit to Bjorn for extra safety. The funny part came after the raid. We got a message from the rough Outlander Union themselves. They offered peace talks. Guess they finally got tired of getting hammered. It actually sounded like a good opportunity to restore relations and remove one enemy faction from the list. I mentally noted that we should visit them later to see how that plays out. When a big mech cluster crashed nearby soon after, I decided it was time to leave this map. But right as I was thinking that, a strange dealmaker showed up. Her name was Prick, and something about her was off. But her shooting and social skills were amazing. She could also mine decently if needed. It would have been perfect if that 17 was in medicine instead of social, but still, she will be good as a dedicated trader and negotiator. The only thing that bothered me was her trade. She didn't need food, sleep or comfort. At all. That sounded a bit too good to be true. And when she specifically asked to join us, it felt even creepier. But curiosity won. We took her in and we'll just keep both eyes on her. Right after that, some traders arrived, and yes, her trade bonus was very real. Prices were noticeably better. We managed to buy a medicine skill trainer. I tested it on Snaffy and I was honestly shocked. Her medicine skill jumped from 2 straight to 9. Finally, a decent doctor. If we could get a few more trainers like that, life would be much easier. Now it really was time to move on. The place where the peace talks with the Rough Outlander Union was literally just across a lake from where we were, so of course I wasn't going to waste that opportunity. We couldn't land right on top of their camp, so we sat down nearby and sent a small delegation on foot. The squad was Bjorn as our leader, Prick as the negotiator, and Choco, writer, and Dizel as security. To my surprise, a few hours later we got a message. The talks were a triumph. I have no idea what exactly they said over there or what kind of deal Prick pulled off, but the result was great. We were now neutral with the Rough Outlander Union. By the way, we were also neutral with the Gentle Tribe as well, probably because we kept beating up their enemies, the Neanderthals, so often. When Pri came back though, she suddenly felt really bad. She complained about a massive headache and said it was hard to see. She told us she'd had a vision that in a couple of days she would lose all cognitive function if we couldn't help her. She begged us to do something. We decided this would be our top priority, but on the next tile. Right now, we just needed to get off this map. So we took off and flew straight to the crashed mechanoid platform. It turned out to be 3 separate complexes we had to explore and clear, with a grav core hidden somewhere inside. Naturally, all 3 were full of mechanoids. But first, we wanted to deal with Prick. We tried everything we could think of, different mechs, examinations, whatever research we had. Nothing showed anything useful, nothing helped. The only real hope was a healer mech serum, but we hadn't found one anywhere. We even briefly considered the idea of killing her and then reviving her with a resurrector serum, but that felt just a bit too extreme even for RimWorld standards. So we went with the only solution that made sense and wasn't outright murder. We put her into a cryptosleep casket, which luckily we had already researched. The plan is to keep her there until we eventually find a healer mech serum. Then we wake her up, give the serum and hope she has enough time to use it. Around the time the first tunneler mech finished gestating. And wow, this thing mines like a beast. With 3 of them, our lives are going to get much easier. While we were clearing the mech complexes, the cell managed to give birth again, this time to a girl. They named her Nila. The clearing itself wasn't too bad overall, but there were a lot of mechs, almost in every room and not just militaries. And the grav core itself was guarded by a big mech squad. Fighting them inside the complex would have been suicide, so we changed tactics. We built temporary fortifications outside, deployed something like 10 hunter drones and then just punched a hole in the wall from the outside. That way the mechs would come out to us and we could control the engagement more easily. We switched everyone back to assault rifles and sniper rifles, because here range mattered more than raw DPS. In the end, it worked. The fight was rough, but we pulled through. We got the grav core and the grav light panels. Earl though got his first gunshot wound at the age of 5. Life on our grav ship is definitely not cozy, but the important part is that he survived. While we were healing up and stripping them up of resources, Chris finally joined us, and soon after that Trev as well. Perfect. At that point there was nothing left to do on this tile, so we decided to leave. All that remains now is to collect 2 more grav cores and enough panels. Then we can finally build the grav ship at its maximum possible size. One grav core was sitting in orbit on an abandoned orbital platform, the second one was in cave systems. And I'll be honest, I really didn't want to go into caves with bugs. So I decided to go for the orbital one first. At least space is cold and empty, but not full of bugs. We still need a couple of jumps to reach it though. So, by tradition, we make a quick stop to smack some Neanderthals again. I thought it would just be our usual conquest for mood, but if I had known what was waiting for us on this tile, I would have treated it a lot more seriously. As soon as we landed, we intercepted another grav core signal, also in orbit, a mechanoid platform this time. So now we had 2 orbital targets on the to-do list. One of our prisoners, boy, decided to start a prison break. Bjorn went to put him down, got a bit carried away and killed him on the spot. Good job, chief. That left us with only one prisoner, Lamb. In the meantime, the Neanderthals attacked and we dealt with them easily, as usual. That fight actually pushed our relations high enough to make the Empire our allies, which, as you will see, will save our lives very soon. Speaking of the Empire, we decided it was time for Bjorn to get another title, since we had enough honor. The ceremony went so well that right after it we were already eligible for the next one, as long as we built a couple of columns in Har. Imperial standards, you know. As a reward he got a new Psycast, Word of Joy, which temporarily boosts someone's mood. Not bad, I think. Since there were a lot of resources on this map, I decided to focus on gear upgrades and new mechs for a while. Choco, meanwhile, crafted a legendary minigun. He named it Torture Knight, and made it in an erotic style, whatever that means. I gave it to Ryder, since he was our best shooter. And the Poison Army picked the perfect moment to show up with a siege, so we could test it. Ryder went out under sniper cover, and Torture Knight turned out to be absolutely brutal. If we ever make a full squad of this, it's going to be ridiculous. Ryder almost died in the process and lost his index finger, so pulling the trigger will be a bit harder now, but I'd still call the test a success. At the same time, I noticed Bjorn was starting to act more royal. He suddenly decided he didn't like the fact that his own child was sleeping in his royal bedroom. I guess the Empire really did get into his head a bit. We only work with them because they don't demand much from us in return, and now he's acting like a proper noble. But anyway, we went ahead and did another ceremony. Now Bjorn is an honorary knight of the Empire. I just hope he remembers he's our captain first and the noble second. He got another Psycast, Chaos Skip, which just randomly teleports the target somewhere nearby. I'm still not sure how useful that really is, but the most interesting part wasn't the Psycast. It was what came with the new titles, Imperial Pyramids. I will come back to those in a second, because right then the thing I was joking about earlier actually happened. I was thinking about summoning Diabolos again to farm more chips, and they came to us on their own. 2 Diaboli, one from the top of the map, one from the bottom, each with a huge escort. I was already hovering over the start engine and escape button when a transport pod fell out of the sky. Inside was Ryder's daughter, Mendes, in paralytic abasia. We couldn't just leave her to die. On top of that, she was a great shooter, just like her father, and could craft as well, so now I knew I had to use everything we had, all the tricks and toys, if we wanted to survive this fight and save her. First, we fired the biomutation pulsar to buy time and scatter the mechs. Let them chase mutants all over the map while we get into position. Now, back to the Imperial Pyramids. Bjorn can now call in a small Imperial drop squad and an aerodrome strike. They won't win the battle alone, but they can swing things in our favor. We started with the aerodrome strike, and of course it missed. Classic. So Makar got on the comms console and called the Empire for real support. After that, Bjorn used his permit to call in a trooper squad directly. While we were holding the lower group of mechs, the Imperial troops intercepted the upper group and started fighting them. Reeves, Raven and Trev had to leave the gravship and clear smaller mech groups around the perimeter. Our main forces went into the choke point and started fighting the first Diabolus. He wasn't stupid. After his flaming explosion, he backed out towards the outside of the choke point. Then he fired directly at the entrance. That shot destroyed one of our tunnelers. I barely managed to pull the second one back. After that, he pushed in again, and this time we finally took him down. The second Diabolus was already on the move by then, but he sent his escort in first. They clashed with our main group inside the choke point, which gave us some breathing room. Meanwhile, Reeves, Raven and Trev had to take a huge risk. They ran all the way around the gravship to try and hit the second Diabolus from behind. They succeeded, but immediately came under heavy fire from his escort. So we sent the cavalry, Bjorn and Makar, to clean up his escort while the 3 melee fighters kept hammering him. During one of his fire bursts, he managed to set all 3 of them on fire at once. Damn! At that point, we had to send everyone outside, hoping we'd kill him before the next shot. Otherwise, someone was going to die for sure. He still got another shot off and almost killed Bjorn with it, but after that final blast, his hull finally hit 0. He went down. We did it. The cost was huge. Everyone was badly hurt, mechs were wrecked, but somehow everyone still had all their limbs. Honestly, that's a miracle. The mechs we can repair later. For now, the priority was patching people up and saving Mendes. There was at least one nice surprise after that chaos. One of the Imperial soldiers dropped a monosword. Just normal quality, but still, that's a monosword. Looked like a perfect upgrade for Makar, so he got a shiny new toy. And then came the funniest part. About half an hour later, the merchant cartel proudly announced they were sending us reinforcements in drop pods like they were racing to save us. They landed after we'd already killed everything. Thanks guys, you're real heroes. At least they could help clean up the remaining mutants on the map. Randy clearly decided to finish the joke properly and send a single mad donkey as the next threat. At that point it was just comedy. The only thing that really annoyed me was the loot from the Diaboli. We got only 1 signal chip. I was really hoping for 2. Looks like one of them got destroyed by that blast before he died. A bit painful, honestly. Just when I finally relaxed and tried to catch my breath, Ryder had a mental break and decided to leave the crew, just walk away, after everything we'd just done to save his daughter. Maybe that explains why he was alone when we first found him. Obviously, we were not going to let him go. Bjorn arrested him and threw him into a cell, right next to Mendes. At this point, the only way out of our crew is through the grave, no other exits. Meanwhile, while we were busy with all the drama, poor Choco almost bled out in the snow in the middle of the forest. Thankfully, Snappy was right there and patched him up on the spot. The skill trainer for medicine was absolutely worth it. I don't think I've ever seen that many notifications popping off at once, but we survived, that's the important part. While we were cleaning up after the battle, Snappy grew up. She's now a full-fledged colonist and honestly looks like she'll become a really good, kind doctor for the whole crew. Exactly what we needed. Bjorn finally got his bandwidth spec crafted, giving him another +9 bandwidth. That's enough to add a third tunneler to the team, and after looking through the mech list, I decided we'd also add 3 Cyclops. They are pretty solid mechs. A bit later, I decided it was time to make Choka our second Mechanitor. He already had 1 Constructoid, so I ordered a standard light mech set for him, 1 Clean Sweeper and 4 Lifters. Bigger combat mechs for him will have to wait. All our advanced subcores are going into Bjorn's mechs for now. While gas stations were running, I did 2 simple quests for the Empire and got 2 Psychic Sensitizers. Those increase Psychic sensitivity. I installed 1 in Bjorn and kept the second one in reserve. It should make his Psychas even stronger. Earl grew up again as well. Time flies. I decided he'd follow in his father's footsteps. Focus on construction, crafting and social. And we always need more medics, so medicine is on the list too. With fast learner, he should level up quickly. Around that time we also found a third McLean. Huge luck. If Earl proves himself, he'll become our third Mechanitor. Honestly, I don't even have another serious candidate. What still bothered me was our defense. Our wealth was close to 300,000, and holding the line in the tiny choke point was starting to feel suicidal. A couple of grenades in there and the whole team would be gone. So I started thinking that as soon as we can, we should focus on crafting proper weapons. More miniguns, because I really like them, and better armor like marine once it's researched. And then move our main defense outside the ship where we actually have room to fight. So when the next mech race showed up with another Diabolos in the mix, I just said nope and left the tile. I had zero energy for another boss fight, especially right after we'd already dealt with 72 manhunting lynxes. Since the new grav core signal from the mechanoid platform we picked up earlier was closer, we headed there next. On the way we stopped by a small complex that had a mech link inside. We grabbed it without much trouble. Around the time, Ryder finally came to his senses and rejoined the crew properly. Good. After that stunt with trying to leave, he still owes us. On the next tile we stocked up on components, since we were still running into resource bottlenecks. That's where Makar overdid it with calming down our prisoner lamb. Let's just say he calmed him a little too hard and took his head clean off. Yeah. Apparently my melee guys have quietly turned into walking blenders. From now on, prison breaks get handled with fists only. So once again we were left with no prisoners. Looks like we'll eventually have to scan our own crew for new subcores. Before leaving that map, I had to summon Diabolos again to craft a helmet for Choco. The fight went pretty smoothly this time, and our two Cyclops helped a lot. After everyone got back into their wax suits, we headed to the mechanoid platform in orbit. When we arrived, it became clear what this place was. A giant orbital facility designed to store, service and deploy combat mechs. And somewhere inside was our grav core. I knew right away this was going to be a pain. And I was right. Almost every room had mechs in it. I was so tired of cleaning them out room by room. And of course there were scorchers everywhere, my least favorite enemies in the entire game. They live just to set someone on fire, so your pawn panics, starts running around and ruins your whole formation. The last room was especially brutal. We were inches away from a full wipe. Trev in particular was basically one giant bleeding wound. But we managed to stabilize everyone in time. In situations like that, you really feel how badly you need more doctors. We suffered a lot on that platform, but in the end we got the grav core and the grav light panels. The worst part, though, was Nila. We didn't notice what Dizel was doing during one of the fights. At some point, she decided to bring Nila into combat with her, just like she once dragged Pearl alone. But this time we were not in a normal map, we were in space. Nila didn't have a wax suit. Of course, she immediately got vacuum burns and even lost her nose. Mother of the year, seriously. At least in this world we have the tech to make her a new one later. I just hope she doesn't remember this when she grows up. On the brighter side, Reeves and Chris got together as a couple. Happy for them. We'll be waiting for more little colonists. I lost track of our champ fuel reserves in all the chaos and we suddenly ran out. The generators shut down and we almost froze to death. I had to drain one of the fuel tanks just to keep the ship running while we finished looting. We had to move fast. But it was worth it. We found a second volumetric power cell. That alone made the whole trip worth it. After that, it was clearly time to get out before we turned into popsicles. We didn't fly far, just down to a normal planet tile with trees and resources so we could restock wood, fuel and other basics. And it's a good thing I chose that spot. What happens next is going to change our crew forever. When we landed, we immediately picked up another grav core signal, this time from some kind of ancient reactor not too far from us. And Mendes finally recovered from paralytic abasia. at last. The only thing left is to convert her to our ideology using Makar's convertibility. Honestly, it would probably be easier to just arrest her and convert her in a prison cell, because everyone's mood is already on the edge as it is. While we were mining and gathering resources, Choco finished his new helmet and started gestating 3 more Cyclops. I really like these guys, they are fast, flexible, and if they decide to shoot something, that thing usually stops existing very quickly. Nila also grew up a bit and could finally help with basic chores. And, well, she can hold a weapon now too, or at least EMP grenades if needed. The main thing is that she doesn't help us the same way Earl once did with that minigun. I'm still a bit traumatized by that. Then Bjorn had another mental break, and his royal brain kicked in again. He ordered the crew to kill 3 donkeys, or he would be very upset with us. Small problem. There were no donkeys on the map. At all. Genius move. When he finally realized this, he quietly cancelled the order. Royal quirks, what can you do? Of course, raids kept coming as usual. In one of them I finally remembered our turret and hunter backpacks. And I have to say, they were amazing, especially when you need to fall back to better positions and keep shooting. The tunnelers and Cyclops also performed incredibly well. They can basically handle a full raid on their own. Considering how many grenades the enemies were throwing, I really didn't want to send our colonies into that mess, and that choice absolutely paid off. Yeah, the mechs will need repairs and sometimes resurrection, but we are not exactly short on steel. And then it happened, the event that changed everything. A Sangophage named Frenchy contacted us, looking for a safe place to hold a meeting with other Sangophages. In total, there would be 8 of them. If we agreed to host them, they would share their Xenogerm and turn one of us into a Sangophage as well. We didn't really know what that meant in detail, but curiosity won. We agreed. When they arrived and started their ritual, we started our own kind of meeting, asking questions, observing, putting the story together. In simple terms, we learned that they are basically techno-vampires. But not in a magical way, they carry ultra-advanced archives in their blood. Those archives give them insane abilities, they don't age, they can heal almost any wound or scar over time, as long as the head is still attached. They don't really get sick, and are not busted by toxins or poison. In combat they have a whole set of strong buffs and tricks. Sounds broken, right? Of course, there is a price. They need a steady supply of hemagen, basically concentrated human blood. And every few weeks they have to go into death rest for several days, like a deep coma. During that time they can't do anything, and Mechanitors, for example, would lose control over their mechs if they are resting. On top of that, fire is extremely dangerous for them, and sunlight slows them down. So it's not a free win, you really have to manage their needs and plan around their rest cycles. But thinking ahead is not exactly Bjorn's strongest trait. As soon as he heard ultra-advanced archives and unique technology, his brain just clicked. We had get this, whatever it takes. There might never be a second chance, and one Xenogerm suddenly felt very little to him. Plus, let's be honest, he really wanted his eye back. We are not getting a biosculptor anytime soon, so this was his best shot. Everyone is already used to Bjorn's ideas by now, and nobody really objects. Who's going to say no to become an immortal superhuman, right? Ideally, we wanted to do this without too much violence, so the plan went into action. At the end of their gathering, when they were ready to leave, Bjorn accepted the 1 Xenogerm they were offering. The rest of the crew quietly tied up the other Sangophages and locked them in our prison. Originally, we just wanted politely force them to implant their Xenogerms into us and then let them go. No torture, no executions, just very aggressive negotiation. But it turned out many of them couldn't do it right away. If they tried to extract or share their Xenogerm now, they would die. Some could do it in a few days, others only in a year and a half. The cooldowns were all over the place. So we adapted the plan. Whenever one of them becomes able to share their Xenogerm, we strongly convince them to do it. And after that, we let them go. No need to kill them, we are not complete savages. In the meantime, we'll slowly convert them to our ideology, so they can carry our beliefs out in the world. Free propaganda, in a way. We started with Makar and then planned to move right down the line, focusing on melee fighters first, since they benefit the most from those buffs. We stuck to the plan and released those who fulfill their part of the deal. Now we can only hope the rest behave themselves, don't start trouble and don't attempt some dramatic mass prison break. In any case, it was time to leave this tile. Things were about to get even more interesting. I decided our next big target would be the abandoned orbital platform. I still really didn't want to go into those cave systems yet. We'll end up there eventually, don't worry, but for now I prefer space over tunnels full of bugs. The problem was, the platform was still pretty far away, so we'd need a few stops. The upside, once we get there, we can finally expand the gravship to its absolute maximum size. I was really excited for that. On our next stop, an Imperial trader dropped by and we found two very interesting implants, psychic readers. They boost negotiation and improve trade prices. Sounded perfect, so we bought both. One went straight into Makar, his social skill basically caught up to pricks. The second implant we kept in reserve for now. Maybe for prick, maybe for someone else later. And then the thing happened that I wanted the least. Our techno-vampire decided to rebel and try to escape. Of course, we were not going to just let them walk away. They could have just stayed calm, waited a bit longer, and we would have released them eventually, but no. Mila didn't survive the escape attempt at all. Raven took her head off with his hammer. Turns out, they are not that immortal if you separate them from their skulls. To be fair, she didn't really seem interested in staying alive anyway, and the others paid a heavy price for the whole stunt. We ended up extracting all the xenogerms and none of them survived the operations, except Shorty. Her we decided to let go, because at that point 8 of us were already techno-vampires and we had no idea where we were going to get enough blood for all of them. Worst case, we'd have to borrow it from our own people. Once the xenogenes regenerate, they will share them with the rest of the crew. Not long after that, completely out of nowhere, Dezelle got pregnant again, third time. Those two are extremely productive. After mining a few more resources on the tile, we decided it was time to move on. We were still just a couple of tiles short of reaching the abandoned orbital platform, so we decided to stop on another asteroid first. At least that way we could dig some more resources and see what else these rocks are hiding. We didn't get to enjoy the mining for long though. Another raid showed up, this time something new – Space Corsairs. They looked serious at first, but their gear was actually kind of underwhelming. More like hobos in wax suits than elite raiders. Didn't matter much anyway. 6 Cyclops and 8 colonies with sniper rifles is a scary combo. Around this time I finally changed the default when attack behavior on our melee pawns. Now if I undraft them during a fight, they will automatically switch targets and chase threats on their own. This is a massive game changer, there is no way I can manually retarget as fast as the AI can. Of course, in this particular fight I forgot to undraft them, so you will only see how strong this is a bit later. Still, even without that, we cleaned up the Corsairs without much trouble. Sadly, we only managed to take one prisoner alive. And here comes one of the coolest combat tricks of the techno-vampires, the ability to speed heal all wounds on someone. It's insanely strong when you need to stabilize someone who's about to die and immediately capture them. And we really need prisoners, lots of prisoners. Roughly 1 prisoner per techno-vampire, because that's where our hemagen packs will come from. We didn't find anything else particularly interesting on this asteroid, so we packed up and left. And then, again, we were literally 1 tile short of the abandoned orbital platform. This game really loves that number. No nearby asteroids this time, so we had to land on the planet's surface instead. Might as well make it worth it. Time for another conquest. This time the Ithacan pirates were going to feel it. After that, we followed the usual routine: gather all useful resources, strip the map clean, and wait for the engine cooldown to finish. By this point, we had finished almost all research available to us with the tech prints we had, all the way up to Starflight basics. From now on, we really need to start buying tech prints from traders whenever we see them. Earl also hit his another growth moment. We picked passions in medicine, social, shooting, and intellectual for him. Plus, he rolls a too smart trade. So yeah, the kid is learning like crazy. He's a little machine. And then came a raid that I just didn't even want to touch. 15 centipedes, a diabolus, and a centurion in one group. I have no idea how we are supposed to fight it properly right now. So I didn't even try, we just fired up the thrusters and left. It was finally time to head for that platform. All we really knew about it was that people had lived there once. Why they built it, what they were doing up there, nobody knows. But the grav core and the grav light panels were somewhere inside, and that was all that mattered for us. I won't spend too long on this top because honestly it was very easy. Reeves, Raven and Rev just kicked the doors in, wiped all the turrets and those weird vacuum cleaners with shotguns, and walked away with a few stretches. The most interesting find there was another set of cryptosleep caskets, and even with no weapons in their hands, they somehow managed to kill almost everyone inside, except Ochoa. At this point, I'm pretty sure their fists count as melee weapons. Absolute beasts. Ochoa we decided to take prisoner and process later. He could become a really good shooter and doctor, and we always need more of those. After that we just broke down some furniture and machinery for extra materials and left. It was finally time to upgrade the gravship properly, and maybe our gear too. And after that, we'd finally go into the cave systems. I really didn't expect the gravship refit to take this long, but I think it was worth it. Now it's a full-fledged ship and I'm not scared to fly this thing basically anywhere. Let me walk you through what changed. Starting from the back of the ship, I built two hydroponics blocks. One is for food, the other is for clothes and medicine. Once we stockpile enough clothes and meds, I will switch the second one to more food as well, and the extra harvest will go straight into chem fuel production. In the same area we have two butcher tables, because hunting is still useful, and all that meat can also be turned into chem fuel. The whole room is surrounded by shelves for food and other supplies. In the room next to it on the right, I put even more shelves for storage, plus the cryptosleep casket with brick inside. I didn't bother moving her. The rooms above and below that are mirrored, and they are basically giant generator rooms. A lot of generators. This ship became very hungry for power after all the upgrades. We also have fuel tanks there and shelves for storing chem fuel. In the center we still have the comms console and the pilot console, and right next to them the old grav engine room. That part stayed pretty much the same. Above that is a workshop. Besides the old benches, I added another biofuel refinery and two fabrication benches. These are our top tier workstations. We'll be using them to make basic components, advanced components, new armor, bionic parts, and all that good stuff. Above that is a hospital. We finally have real hospital beds and vitals monitor, so treatment and surgery go much faster now. I also put a huge mega screen TV in there to entertain patients. Bought it from some passing traders. I still don't understand how they even got this thing into transport pod. We also keep our main stock of medicine there. A bit to the right from there I placed a nutrient paste dispenser. Below the central area we have the lab. The main new thing there is a drug lab. We finally started producing proper industrial medicine from herbs, cloves and Nutriamine. From now on, colonies will mostly get treated with that, and we leave herbal medicine for prisoners and less serious cases. This was long overdue. Below that is a prison block. I actually tried to make it pretty comfortable so the prisoners would have fewer mental breaks and riots. They even have a proper dining table and our old TVs, but jumping ahead a bit, they did not appreciate it as much as I hoped. So we'll use other methods later. We also keep a stock of herbal medicine there just for them. To the right of the engine room is a 3-in-1 space. Throne room, dining room and a recreation room. This one also got a new mega screen TV, again from Orbital Traders. I moved our whole library here too, so people can see it and read in peace and comfort. Further to the right is a room dedicated purely to neural superchargers. Everyone has been begging for those for a long time. Together they eat about 5500 watts of power. All these transhumanist toys consume a crazy amount of energy. To the far right of that are two external roofless sections. In the upper one I put a shuttle, and this thing is insanely useful. We can use it to fly to research sites, trade, dump toxic waste packs, run quests, visit complexes, basically everything. I really fell in love with it. The only downside is the 500 kg carry limit. Bjorn alone is close to 100, so it fills up fast. But nothing stops us from building more shuttles later if we have the shuttle engines. I also made a little parking zone there for turned off mechs, so they're not lying around everywhere. Below that are two long-range mineral scanners. With them we can find piles of components, steel, plasteel, uranium, silver, gold and jade. Everything we need. Once a deposit is found, we just load up the shuttle and go mine it. Or even take the entire gravship. Super convenient. There is also an orbital scanner that sweeps space around us and occasionally finds points of interest up there. We'll play with that later. On both sides of the ship we have two almost identical crew quarter sections. Two of the cabins are very fancy, with jade royal beds and all that. Those are for our royal folks, Bjorn and Dizel in one, Makar in the other. Yeah, he got his royal title too. All the furniture there is at least masterwork quality, with a couple of legendary beds. Better beds mean faster rest, which is huge. To get that level of quality, we had to set up an entire production chain inside the gravship. Every cabin also has a sleep accelerator, another thing the crew has been asking for forever. Those alone eat around 6500 watts at night in total. It's insane. In the corridors I placed biosculptor pods, which everyone has also been nagging about. At first I built a lot of them, but after running an age reversal cycle and realizing that techno-vampires don't actually need that part, they simply don't age, I removed some. They're still useful for other stuff like bioregeneration cycles, which I will talk about later, or pleasure cycles, whatever exactly that means, but they are great for mood. There are also two small rooms, one below, which is basically a tiny classroom for the kids, and the second one above where we will finish the Arkstone later. In general, I've already rebuilt all the external walls of the gravship out of uranium, and soon I will replace all the internal walls as well. Uranium walls are much tougher and don't burn. I laid proper flooring everywhere, and I don't even want to know how many tens of thousands of steel that cost. There are air conditioners and vents all over the ship, so we can control the temperature easily. And there is decor everywhere, mostly statues that Reeves had been working on the whole year. I completely got rid of the internal choke point and moved our main defense line outside. Depending on what weapons we are using, we can just adjust the length of the outer wall so it's matched our effective range, and hold the line there with much more room to move. That's pretty much it. I am honestly very happy with this version of the gravship. Maybe it's not the most min-max design, but I can fit everything important, and most importantly, I can finally satisfy most of the crew's demands. That alone should make our lives much easier and reduce the amount of mental breaks. And during that year a lot of other things happened as well, but I will focus on the main ones. Ochoa joined us and we successfully recruited him, and we also found Greg inside a cryptosleep casket in one of the ancient dangers. He turned out to be exactly what we always needed, a good shooter and a solid doctor. Earl finally grew up and is now on the same level as everyone else. As planned, he became a mechanitor. Just look at his skills. We'll just need to make some mechs for him a bit later. Nila will also soon become a full member of the crew. Most likely she'll become a mechanitor too, because we managed to find another mechly. That's just insane luck. And speaking of mechs, I finally found where you can change their color. The default one annoyed me so much every time I looked at them. Now at least they don't hurt my eyes. Dazelle successfully gave birth to Rox, and she's already running around and helping with everyday tasks. In the Biosculptor pods, besides doing age reversal cycles, I also ran bioregeneration cycles for everyone to heal all their scars, missing fingers, asthma and other chronic stuff like that. Sadly, the pod doesn't grow back lost limbs, so everyone who was missing arms or legs had to get prosthetic parts. Poor Mendes had been walking around with a wooden hand all this time and I didn't even notice. We also got a few prisoners, but they were mostly needed just for farming Hemagen packs. Although one of them did have to donate a kidney to Chris and an aesthetic nose to Bjorn. Don't ask me how he got this nose in the first place. And as you already know, Makar also received his imperial title. He's now a freeholder of the empire. But we were not helping them out of kindness, we just needed the engine from their crashed shuttle, so we could build our own. By the way, if you ever need a lot of steel or components, look for world tiles with compacted steel reach and compacted machinery reach features. It's insane, I found tens of thousands of steel there and hundreds of components. They were raids, of course, but somehow we managed to deal with them or just take off and leave when things looked too bad. And then we got the most interesting signal so far. This time it was a Mechhive itself. It was in orbit and acted as a main mechanoid base. If we manage to deal with it, we can destroy the mech threat on this planet once and for all, or maybe even find a way to control them. That sounded very tempting, especially since mechs have always been our hardest opponents. But flying there right now would be complete suicide, and we also needed to build a signal jammer first, which requires another grav core. So what followed was another big ruined phase. I wanted to upgrade everyone's weapons and armor, make a good quality minigun for each colonist, not the best weapon in the game, I know, but it's my favorite, and to craft a full set of grenadier armor for everyone. It's basically a marine armor with a shoulder-mounted grenade launcher. Sounds both cool and very practical. We didn't really need jetpack armor or separate jetpacks, thanks to one of the Techno-Vampire abilities that lets them jump over distance. Artifact armor still wasn't researched anyway, we needed another tech print for it. And once we unlock it, the resource cost will be completely insane. And we are not 3 people anymore, so that's a lot of armor sets. I could also forget about going into orbit for now, because I had sold all the wax suits earlier. We need the silver and we still need more, at least for buying the remaining tech prints to unlock all the technologies. So for a while I just survived, flew between different locations and sucked up all the resources like some kind of planet-devouring monster, while all that gear was slowly being crafted. In the meantime, Makar picked up 2 imperial titles in a row and became an acolyte. For that, he got 2 new psycasts. Word of Joy, which I already talked about and which is actually pretty decent, and Burden, which basically just slows an enemy down. I am not sure I will ever find a really good use for that one, but at least he can now also call in another trooper squad when things get serious. Greg and Snaffy became a couple. What a charmer, he just showed up and immediately stole Choco's daughter. As planned, Nila also became a mechanitor. I will deal with making mechs for her a bit later. If I start doing that right now, we'll be stuck flying in circles for another year. Let her grow a bit more first. At some point, I finally had a thought that probably should have hit me way earlier. Since we hunt all the time anyway, making clothes out of leather is way easier and usually better than growing tons of cloth. So we switched the colony over to leather clothing. I completely slept on that idea for way too long. Choco, meanwhile, managed to craft another legendary minigun. This one was called Choco's Brother. I guess that Warhammer he made 5 days earlier really inspired him. Of course, Choco is the one who's going to use that minigun. To speed up production, I made Earl Choco's apprentice. For now he handles the simpler items so Choco can focus on the important stuff, and in the process, Earl levels up and slowly grows into our second full-fledged production specialist. We kept helping the Empire purely for the honor, just to rush new titles faster. During one of those Save the Empire from the Crash Shuttle missions, I decided to test our miniguns properly, even though not everyone had theirs yet. Let's just say the results looked beautiful. I'm pretty sure that in a proper checkpoint where enemies are funneled and packed tightly instead of spreading out, these things will be absolutely disgusting in the best way possible. We finally got enough prisoners that we didn't have to drain our own colonies for hemagen anymore. But we still needed to fill every prison bed so we'd have a solid reserve. The problem was, as I mentioned before, they really didn't appreciate the conditions we gave them. With that many people locked up, the prison breaks always ended with a pile of injuries, and we were burning through herbal medicine like crazy. I just couldn't grow enough to keep up. So, unfortunately, I had to make sure they physically could not break out anymore, using a different method this time. From my purely logical perspective, if they don't have legs, they can't escape, right? So they just lie there, watch local Netflix and behave. And when we eventually decide to release them, we'll give them prosthetic legs that are better than their beaten, shattered flesh. So they will be fine, don't worry, in the long term. And unless something worse happens. Right after we were done with all those operations, Bjorn showed his royal nature again. He decided it was the perfect time to hold a grand concert and invited everyone. Sometimes I seriously think there is something a bit off with him, but whatever. Makar also became a Knight of the Empire. I hoped he'd be at least a bit more reasonable than our glorious Jarl. His new Psycast was underwhelming again. He can order a target to move closer to him. Not exactly game-changing when you're sometimes dealing with raids of 200 enemies at once. We'll see what higher titles give. On the bright side, he also unlocked an Iron Strike. That one is actually nice and might help a lot in future battles. Once we finished all the miniguns, we moved on to armor. Of course, now Bjorn and Makar wanted the prestige versions of that armor. Fine, why not? Earl finally got his promotion to production specialist, he was doing great with crafting and we needed things made even faster. Now he can buff Choco and Choco can buff him, and together they are basically a factory. I also decided that from now on all Mechanitors would use only backpacks to increase their bandwidth. They hardly wear out. Helms and armor require chips on a regular basis, and I had zero desire to keep farming those. We already had plenty of Mechanitors, more than enough bandwidth for all the mechs we'd ever want, so I just needed to kill a couple more Diaboli and then forget about chips forever. With that many miniguns, a decent choke point, and tunnelers tanking on the front lines, Diabolus fights were no longer as terrifying as they used to be. It would be great to slow enemies down somehow too, and then it would be perfect. After another conquest, we once again boosted our reputation with other factions. We ended up in an alliance with the Kinship of Kanga, and neutral with the League of Takis, the same Neanderthals we'd been beating up the whole time. Honestly, I think it would have been smarter to keep attacking factions where reputation can change, like the Impids. That way our standing would keep going up with all the factions that do care about reputation, and in theory we could be allied with all of them. That would mean fewer raids and more traders, at least from their side. But I ran out of patience waiting for everyone to finish getting their shiny new armor. So I decided it was finally time to head into the cave systems. When we arrived at the cave systems, I realized the grav core was somewhere underground, and that place was probably going to be dangerous. So the first thing we did was secure the entrance and clear all the threats around it, bugs and their hives. After that, I sent half the crew down for a recon by fire, so to speak, because I had absolutely no idea what was waiting for us below. And for some reason, it didn't occur to me to at least put everyone in flak gear. I don't know what I was thinking. I must have been in a hurry or something, so only 2 people were wearing grenadier armor. and everyone else was in helms and regular clothes. If something went wrong, luck was pretty much our only plan. Down below we found a whole underground cave system with tight tunnels full of bugs in their hives. Basically their lair. They were hiding behind these strange barrow walls and we had to break those down to push deeper. You never knew what would be behind each wall, sometimes a bit of loot, sometimes another pack of bugs and hives. At one of those walls, Trev said he heard something big moving on the other side. Not exactly comforting. We got ready. A raven broke the wall and behind it was a hive queen, surrounded by a bunch of other bugs and hives. That was the main room. It was a bit scary at first, but we managed to grab a good position. While Raven was falling back towards the rest of the squad, we covered his retreat with explosives. Hunter drones, grenades from the grenadier armor, all that stuff. The explosions took out some of the bugs and slowed the rest down. Then, while Reeves, Raven and Trev were holding the line in front, everyone else just shredded the swarm with miniguns. And honestly, we handled it surprisingly well. We got scratched up a bit, but nothing serious. If everyone had been in grenadier armor, we could just carpet bombed them with grenades and ended it even faster. I really started to like that armor after this fight. Just around the corner we finally found the grav core and gravlite panels. Perfect. We grabbed everything and headed back to the gravship. I didn't want to stay in those caves any longer than necessary. I really don't like these bugs. After that we went to our usual routine. Flying between locations, mining resources, crafting gear, building mechs, and buying tech prints for the remaining technologies. We also wanted to collect more grav cores, since you can turn them into really strong generators that literally pull energy out of thin air. Ideally, I would like to fully dive into bionics too, but I felt like that would drag this run out forever. At this point, a lot of the stuff was just grind. Soon after, we finally managed to buy the missing Cataphract armor tech print from a merchant cartel. It cost us a lot, of course, but it was worth it. The plan was to gear up in Cataphract armor before going to the Mechhive to increase our chances of not getting instantly deleted. We still had to research it first, though. And while we were doing this, I wanted to deal with the rest of the mech bosses. Nila finally became an adult too, and she wasn't far behind her brother in terms of stats. Amazing skills for her age. Because we were trading so much, I usually loaded everything into the shuttle and then sent it to nearby settlements. Besides tech prints, I was also constantly looking for a serum for Prick. I'm pretty sure everyone had already forgotten about her at this point, but I still checked every time. Unfortunately, nobody was selling it anywhere. Since most of our trading was done by either Bjorn or Makar, mainly because the Empire refused to trade with anyone without a title, I decided to upgrade both of them a bit. I installed the remaining Psychic Reader on Bjorn, the same one Makar already had, and gave Makar the remaining Psychic Sensitizer, like Bjorn's. Those implants would be very useful for both of them. Also, a small life hack: you can use the shuttle as storage. Just load it with gear and leave it. It holds a ton of stuff. If we tried to keep all that on shelves, it would take much more space inside the ship. Once Cataphract armor research was finally done, we slowly started crafting it, beginning with the prestige versions for Bjorn and Makar. The resource cost is absolutely insane. But the sooner we started, the better, because just making a few sets would take a ridiculous amount of time. Since it was finally time to move on higher tier mechs, we decided to call in the next boss, the War Queen. We needed her chip to push our mech research further. She's actually a pretty dangerous enemy, especially early on, because she constantly spawns waves of 3 war urchins and comes with a whole escort of other mechs. But at this stage, honestly, we dealt with her almost embarrassingly fast. Not bad at all. We'll definitely need to summon her a few more times later just to farm more chips for the new mech types. The new tech opened up a bunch of gear, new buildings, and both combat and non-combat mechs. And most of them were good in their own way. You can even build your own Diabolus now, but I'm honestly scared to use one. I feel it would kill our crew more often than the enemies. The combat mechs from this tier didn't interest me too much anyway, I had my eyes on stuff from the next research level. From the non-combat ones, there were two that stood out: the Fabricor and the Paramedic. Fabricors can do various crafting tasks and even cook. Paramedics can rescue and treat the wounded, feed them, including prisoners, put out fires, and they even have a built-in foam popper for firefighting. Plus, they can jump, which is just cool and very useful. The Fabricor didn't impress me that much at first because we already had two production specialists. But honestly, one or two of them would still be great for things without quality, like components or medicine, and they only cost 1 bandwidth each. And mechs don't sleep, they work 24/7. Still, I decided that at least one paramedic would be really helpful, especially considering that during death arrest we sometimes struggle just to keep the prisoners fed. The problem is that paramedics require high subcore, and the only way to get those now is with a new rip scanner. And the rip scanner has one small nuance: it kills whoever you put in it. So yeah, we'd need a decent stock of prisoners. We'll try really hard not to accidentally show one of our own colonies in there. Once we finished that research, I didn't want to stop and called in the next and final mech boss, the Apocryton. This guy is a lot more dangerous. He can resurrect fallen mechs around him and has 30 charges of that ability. If he showed up with a squad of centipedes, that would be a nightmare. Luckily, this time he only came with militars and sizers. Still, we had to focus all our fire on him while the tunnelers tried to hold the others back, hoping to kill him before his escort could push through. Overall, the plan worked. The Apocryton went down and we got the chip we wanted. Just like with the War Queen, we'll need to summon him a few more times later to farm more chips. That chip unlocks the final tier of mech tech. It gave us even more equipment and mech options, but the one that interested me the most right now was the Centurion. It's very tanky and has a wide shield that our colonists can hide behind when fighting in the open, for example. The downside is that the shield isn't that durable, so it's better to build at least 2 of them. And each Centurion is 5 bandwidths, which is a lot. Later on, we might also build our own War Queen to distract enemies with her war urchins. But that will cost a ton of resources, and the single gestation cycle will probably take something like a full season or more. Soon after, Bjorn Makar finally got the first sets of cutthroat armor. I also refit all the internal walls on the gravship with uranium. And by that point, our Techno-Vampire's genes had fully recovered, so almost everyone became a Techno-Vampire. Finally. Once everyone had finished recovering, we decided it was time to go into orbit. Crawling around on the ground had gotten very boring. Everyone was already geared up in proper armor, and the orbital scanner had picked up an interesting structure up there, the Ravage Zenith's platform. I really wanted to see what was waiting for us. And yeah, we definitely did not fly up there for nothing. As soon as we arrived, we were greeted by gunfire. Corsairs were already waiting for us, but we managed to grab some decent positions and took them out without too much trouble. The platform itself was huge. As we moved through it, we kept running into rooms with loot crates. In some of them we found advanced components, in others some random gear, skill trainers, but in one of those crates we finally found it. A healer mech serum. At last we could cure Prick. Honestly, I had almost given up hope by that point. We immediately pulled her out of the cryptosleep casket, and as soon as she was awake enough, we used the serum on her. That was it. Good as new, no injuries, no problems. She even grabbed some gear right away and went back to being a full member of the crew. No more excuses, time to work. So yeah, these orbital platforms are actually a really good place to find rare loot. Definitely worth visiting. We stayed in orbit for a while, flew around and checked out several more points of interest. Nothing super crazy there except another skill trainer, which I will never say no to. I also tried mining asteroids, but to be honest, the resource deposits you find with the scanner on planets feel way better and faster to harvest. At one point, almost 60 sighters dropped right on top of us. That was genuinely terrifying. They absolutely can wipe us if you mess up. Somehow we survived. Barely. After that, I decided it was time to head back down to the surface, at least for refueling. Our champ fuel was evaporating in front of our eyes. Back on the ground, Earl finally finished our first Centurion. Now that is a mech. Big, tanky, and exactly what we needed. He's definitely going to be useful. Along the way, we kept helping the Empire, and eventually both Bjorn and Makar got promoted to Praetor. Of course, that meant more ceremonies. The psychos we got this time were honestly pretty underwhelming again. Bjorn got something like a focus buff that slightly improves someone's abilities. Makar got Word of Serenity, which, to be fair, is actually useful. It can stop someone's mental break instantly. That can be really handy during serious break, so you don't have to beat a colonist half to death just to calm them down. The pyramids were much more interesting. For Bjorn, I picked Air Drone Salvo, basically a large area bombardment. For Makar, I took Janissary Squad, better troops than the basic troopers we had before. That stuff might really help in big fights. We grabbed another grav core from a cave system, and this time Grenadier armor really showed what it can do. Just pure fun and explosions. We also found another relic, a legendary Zeus hammer, Cyber Mjolnir. That thing is insane. I decided to give it to Makar since he is one of our royal guys. Fits the image. At long last, we finished researching literally everything in the tech tree. We could finally deconstruct the research bench with a multi-analyzer. That chapter was done, finally. Earl then gestated our second Centurion, and after that we put a War Queen into the Watt as well. We also finally wrapped up crafting all the Cataphract armor sets. That took a ridiculous amount of time and resources. But with that done, we built a signal jammer and set our course for the Mechhive. It was time to finally deal with the mechs that had been chasing us all this time. And yeah, this was not going to be easy at all. The Mechhive was another giant platform in orbit, with several buildings scattered across it. In the center sat the Cerebrix core, the thing that was controlling all mechs on the entire planet. The problem was, we couldn't interact with it at all until we destroyed 3 stabilizers in the nearby structures. And to make things worse, the core kept spawning new mechs around itself non-stop, then sending them down to attack us, so we had to move fast. While part of the crew with the mech started building a choke point near the landing zone, I sent most of the team out to clear all the mechs and turrets outside, so they wouldn't keep messing with us later. That part actually went pretty smoothly, and the Centurions helped a ton, soaking fire from enemy turrets and mechs. I only wished our War Queen was finished by then, but she was still in the stage. Anyway, that was just a warm-up. On the way back to the gravship, we cleared out more turrets and mechs in the middle area. The gestators there were already pumping out the first wave. Then we started moving in a small squad through the side buildings, just in case there was some nasty surprise that would later show up behind us. Most rooms turned out to be empty. Some had mech watts that spawned mechs if you stepped too close. We just marked them as do not enter so we wouldn't waste time. Hopefully nobody decides to wander in there. After that, we had to clear the central room again. The mechs were respawning incredibly fast, and it really felt like every wave was a little more dangerous than the last. At some point, we already had centipedes walking around in there. Once we got that under control, most of the crew moved to scout the first of the 3 stabilizer buildings. After pushing through a few rooms, I realized that every single room in there had a whole pack of mechs. Fighting them in those tight rooms where we couldn't even spread out properly was really dangerous. Scorchers and Cyclops in narrow corridors are not something you want to see charging you. So I changed the plan. Instead of going through the doors, we started punching holes through the outer walls again. That way we could surprise them, and they would have to funnel out toward us instead of us walking into their faces. That tactic worked really well. Soon we found the first stabilizer. Perfect. Of course, I destroyed it immediately, and if only I knew what would happen next. The moment it went down, we got a mechanoid response wave. 3 Apocrytons, a War Queen, a Centurion, about 10 centipedes and a huge pack of smaller mechs. That was brutal. I ordered everyone to fall back to the choke point right away. If we tried to fight them out in the open, that would have been the end. Prologue barely made it inside. One of our centurions didn't. We lost him out there, along with a few cycles. The fight was really intense. The only thing that saved us was that the Apocrytons moved ahead of the rest. That was their mistake. We managed to focus them down before the main force reached us, so they couldn't resurrect the dangerous mechs. After that, the rest of the wave finally hit our defenses. It was close. Even Bjorn and Makar had to jump into the front line, and a lot of people got badly hurt. We lost a lot of fingers again, as usual, but we survived. The thought that we still had to destroy 2 more stabilizers was honestly terrifying. We barely had time to patch everyone up before another mass of mechs appeared in the central building. The pressure never really stopped. At least there were no ultra heavy mechs yet, for the moment. Looking back, I think it would have been smart to build some turrets inside the central room itself, to help thin them out automatically. I doubt they'd last long there, but some extra fortifications definitely wouldn't hurt. At the time, I didn't think of it. Either way, it was clear. We had to clear that room at least once or twice a day. If we didn't, the mechs would pile up and eventually crash into us as one huge swarm, and that would be much worse. Not everyone was handling that pressure well. We had a lot of mental breaks. So Bjorn decided to actually use his leadership skills for once and gave a strong speech. I guess he was talking about how we just needed one last push, or maybe several last pushes. Even the Centurion looked like it was listening. But it did seem to help, and the mood improved a bit. After 2 more days of this, we finally managed to reach the second stabilizer. I even handed Earl and Nila EMP launchers, which turned out to be really effective in the tight corridors. Soon they would save us in a big way. I thought I was ready for whatever would happen after we destroyed the second stabilizer. I even sent our remaining Centurion home ahead of time, they are too slow. And then we hit the stabilizer. Almost 200 militars spawned. That was insane. They are fast, and in that many numbers you just cannot outrun them. The only thing that saved us was, again, our techno-vampire ability to jump. The whole squad had to chain jump all the way back towards the gravship, shooting behind them just to give the people in the back a chance to catch up. I decided it was time to ask the Empire for help. I sent Bjorn and Makar towards the squad so they could call in a drop squad with their permits. Meanwhile, Prick was supposed to contact the Empire through the comms console and ask for extra support. And then we got the answer. No, it's too cold. They refused to send troops because it was too cold for them. After all the times we'd helped them, we were completely on our own. Most of the squad barely managed to jump into the choke point and then got stuck inside it themselves. Mendes got shot down outside and we could only hope she'd live long enough for us to reach her later. We cleared the pass in front of us and I thought, okay, now we can stand behind the barricades and mow them down. Then I looked back and saw how many militars already behind us. Dezel, Ryder and Greg all got cut down under the constant fire. The only good news was that Earl and Nila made it to the barricades and could slow the swarm down with EMP launchers. After that, it was just a question of whether the rest of the team could hold out long enough. It was rough. I never thought militars could be that dangerous when there are that many of them. Nila even snapped and had a mental break right in the middle of the chaos. That's where Makar's Psychos finally shined. The crew got absolutely battered, but somehow we again got away with mostly missing fingers. At least arms and legs stayed attached this time. Still, even with Techno-Vampire regen, we were going to need time to recover. Soon after, we had to clear the central building again, because while we'd been busy with the militars, another huge group of mechs had spawned there. And this time, there were 2 Diaboli among them. That was the moment I really felt we had to hurry. So as soon as we were even barely able to move, we went after the third stabilizer. We got very lucky. It turned out to be in the room right next to the second one. But now I was honestly scared to destroy it. This was the last stabilizer and I had no idea what the final response would look like. So I came with a plan to reduce the risk as much as possible. I left Ryder in the stabilizer room alone and pulled everyone else back towards the gravship. And no, the plan wasn't let him tank everything alone while the rest are safe. I sent a shuttle for him. The idea was he destroys the stabilizer, jumps into the shuttle and immediately flies back to the gravship, while the rest of us prepare to face whatever final wave is coming. And that turned out to be the right call. Because this time the game basically threw everything it had left at us. There were 3 Diaboli just in this wave alone, and they really made us run around. It was very hard, but we won. I didn't want to waste any time. As soon as the last mechs from that wave went down, we sent a squad straight to the Cerebrix core. After one more fight with its defenders, Bjorn stepped up to the console. We had 2 choices. Destroy the core and shut down all mechanoids on the planet, or use the technology and take partial control of them. Both options were really tempting, but when Bjorn looked at our exhausted crew, half of them missing fingers, others covered in scars and wounds, he realized something. No matter how much we love technology, repeating all of this just for the sake of controlling more mechs wouldn't be worth it. So he made the only right choice. He shut down every mechanoid on the planet. All of them. The ones that had been terrorizing us and everyone else on this world. For a very, very long time. But our story doesn't end there. We still have one more big adventure ahead of us, after we get some rest. After we destroyed the Cerebrix core, we finally found a place where we could rest from all the constant traveling, and where raiders wouldn't bother us every other day. Originally, I planned to make a small, quiet colony here, but something went wrong. Alright. In the end, we built a massive base. I spent a ridiculous amount of time on it, and it ate an insane amount of resources. I think we burned through a couple 100,000 steel alone, but overall I'm really happy with how it turned out. It's far from efficient, but it has everything we need for a comfortable life. I built it on the North Pole, on sea ice, which means terrible weather, no soil, no minerals to mine, almost no animals, basically nothing but ice and cold. I chose this place for a few reasons. First, fire is almost a non-issue here, and for us that's very important. Second, the awful weather is not only a minus for us, it's a minus for raiders too. They have to fight the cold just like we do, and in practice it feels like there are fewer raids here than anywhere else. I guess not many people are crazy enough to live on sea ice. And third, we had tons of open space to build. So we ended up with a big secret polar colony in a place almost nobody cares about, which is perfect for us. Let me give you a little base tour and show what we built here. We'll start with the heart of the new colony, our gravship. It basically became part of the base, but it's still fully mobile. I completely rebuilt most of the interior and turned it into a cargo gravship. The generator section got bigger because I used it a lot as a power source while building the colony. The old hydroponics and storage areas were turned into one huge warehouse. Above that is a passage area with a ton of mech chargers. The idea is that our mechs travel with the gravship when we go out. Above that are the crew quarters. They are very minimal, just enough comfort to live on the ship for about a week. Only mechanitors fly on the gravship now, so the crew is small. Higher up there are 2 more storerooms and a small turret platform that helps defend outside the ship. This is what we used for mass resource gathering, and it worked extremely well, because now we have 5 mechanitors. Rox grew up and became a mechanitor too, and each of them has a serious mech squad. In total, we have around 20 lifters, 15 constructoids. They did a huge amount of the building work for this colony. 4 clean sweepers, 4 agri hands, 3 all tunnelers for mining, 3 centurions, 2 war queens and 1 paramedic. So the 5 mechanizers load into the gravship with this entire mech army and go strip mine the planet, while everyone else stays at the base and works on the colony. As you can see, it was very effective. The downside is micro. Every time we leave and come back, I have to reassign beds and zones, load supplies into the ship, unload everything back into the colony, all that fun. And the ship doesn't have all the luxury someone like Bjorn expects. If we only need a small amount of resources, we use shuttles instead. We've got 3 shuttles now, and they are amazing. 3 long-range mineral scanners keep at least a couple of resource sites on the map at all times. The only problem is that tunnelers are very heavy and hard to transport by shuttle, and if you mine a full steel deposit, the steel never fits into just one shuttle. But that's fine, we can just send 2 or 3 shuttles together to pick everything up. Honestly, I'd happily build 3 more shuttles if I could. I love them. Conquests are easy with them too. Under the gravship is our main generator sector. This time I used a combo of toxifier generators, pollution pumps and waste pack atomizers. For every 6 toxifier generators that pollute the area, we have 3 pumps to clean it and 1 atomizer to destroy the waste packs. With that setup, the generators here produce almost 70,000 watts of power. I thought that would be enough for the whole colony. It was not. On the left side is another technical room with a lot of batteries, plus several mech gestators and subcore encoders, so we can create any mech we need. On the right is another tech room with grav anchors, neural superchargers and a few biosculptor pods. At the bottom of the colony, left and right, are the residential blocks. They are mostly mirrored. Let's start with the left one. In the center is hydroponics. Above and below it are bedrooms for everyone, each with a personal death rest chamber. Finally, each chamber has 2 death rest accelerators attached. But there is a catch. By default, a techno-vampire can only use 1 accelerator. To use both, we had to buy death rest capacity serums. Many of the crew have already used them, the rest will get theirs over time from traders. To the left of the hydroponics is our cyber hall. An ideological room with an arkstone, lectern, pews and 3 reliquaries. We placed all 3 of our relics there, including the last one we found, the legendary charge lance, Neural Gangneer. It's a serious weapon. Pilgrims now visit us to see the relics and sometimes leave gifts. One time they even dropped a piano. I still don't understand how they fit that into a drop pod. To the right of the hydroponics is a dining and recreation room. Nothing fancy, just everything our colonies need to eat, relax and avoid mental breaks. The right residential block is different only in the side rooms. To the left of its hydroponics there are 2 huge luxury bedrooms. One for Bjorn and Zell and one for Makar. I even put a mega screen TVs in there, royal life and all that. To the right is a throne room with 2 grand thrones, and next to it are their personal death rest chambers. Above the left residential block is a production sector. Here we have 2 big storage rooms and a large workshop with more benches than before. I built 5 abrogation benches, 1 for each mechanitor, since they are all crafters now, but only Choco and Earl are production specialists. The others also need to mine, so they can take that role. I needed more crafters mostly because of bionic parts, we needed a crazy amount of them, and each one takes a long time to make. Even 5 crafters was barely enough. To the left of the workshop is almost another storeroom, but for things that don't fit well on shelves. It's also where our mechs dump mechanoid and steel slag, and the destroyed mech bodies for later disassembly, so the crafters don't have to hike across the whole map. Above that is a prison. Honestly, it's pretty comfortable. There is a medicine stockpile and a nutrient paste dispenser nearby. Above the right residential block is a sector that the least developed so far. There is a food warehouse, a room with backup generators, and this is where I place the unstable power cells we got from mechanoid clusters. Yes, clusters still fall, but the mechs are offline now, so they're just free loot. Those clusters are another good source of resources and chips, since we can't summon mech bosses anymore. In the lower part of this block are 2 classrooms for the kids, and 2 empty rooms I still haven't decided how to use. Above that is our hospital. It's bigger and more comfortable than the old one. with its own medicine storage and another nutrient paste dispenser nearby. At the very top center is our main defense sector, 12 mortars. I absolutely love mortars now. They are very effective, but you have to replace their barrels every 20 shots, so I stocked up in advance. To the left is a storage room for mortar shells. To the right is storage for rocket launchers that we take from raiders. There is also a second defensive line where we can fall back if the first one fails. Above that is the actual choke point. It's simple but very effective. Along the sides are 26 uranium turrets. They've been amazing. In all this time, not a single one has been destroyed. They are much tougher than steel turrets. In the bottom corners are crematoriums for disposing of corpses, and the rockets from launcher on each side. They are not insanely strong, but sometimes they help. All our mechs also sit here during battles and support the defense. There is a foam turret and 6 fire foam poppers to put out any fires. I also placed 4 ship landing beacons here, so allied shuttles land to right in the defensive zone instead of somewhere random at the edge of the map. The best part of all this is the snow. There is always snow here, and it slows enemies by about 50%. War urchins from our war queens run forward, distract them and slow them down even more, while everyone behind just sprays the zone with minigun fire. It works really well. We handled a race of 200 tribals like that, even when the base wasn't fully finished yet. They were always family race, by the way. You could tell they wanted to rescue prisoners. I can only wish them luck with that. It also worked against harder raids like 120 well-armed Itakins. If only they didn't keep throwing down portable shields everywhere, it would be perfect. Overall, I'm very happy with the setup. I didn't want to build anything super cheesy, no endless door mazes or crazy exploits. That kind of thing kills the excitement for me. I'd rather have strong but honest choke point. Still, it would be nice to have a couple more good shooters, especially considering that the colony wealth is now over 1.5 million. All external walls of the colony are 3 layers thick. I hope that would help keep the heat in, because winters here are brutal. All the outer walls are made from uranium. Around the choke point, all 3 layers are uranium as well, so they can tank more hits. Around the entire colony, I paid a concrete perimeter for faster movement, and placed barricades in case we ever need to fight outside the walls. I also tried using hunter drones, but they didn't feel very effective, and recharging them all at once would cost around 5000 gem fuel every time, which is a lot, even for us. So that's our sea ice mega base. I hope I didn't forget anything. Meanwhile, life inside the colony kept moving forward. We actually had 4 kids growing up now. Snaffy and Greg finally made it official, and their son Matt was born, which means Choco became a grandfather. Not sure he was ready for the title. Neil ended up with Trev, and they had a daughter named Sky, so now Bjorn is grandfather too. And he definitely wasn't wasting any time himself. He and Dizel had a 4th child, a girl named Becca. Judging by the pace, they don't plan to stop anytime soon. Recent Reeves also kept up with Trent and had a son, Mark. So yeah, the colony was definitely growing in every sense. As I mentioned earlier, we also went hard into bionics. Bjorn and Makar already got a massive upgrade package. Implants, bionic arms and legs, eyes, ears, even aesthetic shapers. Maybe with those Makar will finally find himself a partner, because he's in no hurry so far. In short, full chrome upgrade. The rest of the crew for now mostly got learning assistants to speed up skill gain, plus bionic arms and legs. The reason is simple. Bionics eat a ridiculous amount of resources and time. It's incredibly strong, but there is a downside. If someone like Bjorn or Makar has a serious mental break now, that's terrifying. Last time Bjorn snapped, this walking Terminator almost wiped the entire colony by himself. Good thing Makar managed to stop him with a Psycast. And do you know why he snapped like that? Because during Dizel's labor the birth took too long, and he got hungry, and decided that was a good reason to try to kill everyone, including her. So yeah, he's definitely drifting into cyber psycho territory. That's also one of the reasons why I'm not rushing to give everyone else full bionic sets. What they have now is enough. We also kept working with the Empire, purely for titles and rewards, even though they completely abandoned us back at the Cerebrix core. Right now, we were hosting the venerated bird, Swan. That gave us access to 2 more Janissaries as backup troops. Why those birds are so important to them, I still have no idea. But we were expecting 2 pretty big raids soon, and I was sure we could handle it. One more thing, destroying the Cerebrix core gave us a huge reputation boost with the other factions. After that, we were allied with almost every faction that even had a reputation meter. We tried to keep it up as best we could, even though it kept dropping over time because of ideological differences. So yeah, a lot has happened. But now we finally get to the whole reason we are here. On this frozen pole, we discovered a strange monolith, and we wanted to study it. Bjorn stepped up again as our brave leader and was the first one to approach it and begin the research. It looked like the monolith wasn't just a rock, but some kind of door to somewhere, some other space. And if we kept studying it, we could maybe figure out what exactly it was. Sounded mysterious enough. Alright then, let's dig deeper. That unlocked a new research, Dark Study. We also got access to the Entity Codex, a sort of bestiary listing all the entities we needed to discover and study to progress with the monolith. Some of them we had already met before, but most were still undiscovered. With the Void Provocation ritual, which I immediately queued up for research, we'd be able to summon new entities whenever we wanted. Encountering each new entity would also unlock new technologies that were currently hidden. That sounded very fun and very dangerous, so of course we dove straight into it. Only then did I notice that the gritty fog has descended on this area. It looked very strange and unnatural. I hoped we'd figure out what it was later, but the whole thing felt ominous. So I decided it was safer if nobody except the mechs left the colony for now. Good call. Not long after, a side stealer literally appeared out of thin air and attacked one of our mechs. Killing it wasn't too hard, but it screamed. Yeah, that didn't sound like the last time we'd hear that. It felt like a warning. There would be more. So we went into full lockdown. Nobody leaves the colony. At all. It was a creepy feeling. I had no idea where the next attack would come from or how many there would be. I even put colonies on watch duty. But the first one who showed up were not entities at all. They were raiders. Fine. Mortars can handle raiders. And they arrived at the perfect time because the side stealers came together with them. I did not envy those guys. As if that wasn't enough, Shambler joined the party too, straight into the action. They clearly intended to tear down our walls and doors and push into the colony itself, so we had to go out and stop them. Soon the raiders couldn't handle the pressure and decided to flee. We stayed and kept fighting. While the ranger squad was cleaning up the outside area, all our melee fighters focused on the Shamblers who had already made it inside. Somehow we managed to hold them off. That was a proper combined attack. And it was pretty clear this wouldn't be the last time we'd see the side stealers. We had to get ready. Too bad we didn't manage to capture any of the entities alive. They didn't keep us waiting long. The next time we met them properly in our choke point. There were so many at one point that I even had to use a rocket swarm launcher. The good news, this time we managed to capture 3 of them alive. We put them into some empty rooms we still had, patched them up and started studying them. The next tech on the list was entity containment, because clearly we were going to need a lot of cells for these things. We didn't have much free space left in the main base, so I built a new block right next to the choke point, specifically for containment. I used the new security doors, which are designed for exactly this purpose, plus the fresh research holding platforms, and an electric inhibitor to improve containment strengths. If needed, we'll build a second block the same way. The old room where the entities had been before I turned into a psychic ritual room, where we'd perform all the void-related things. The next research project was a proximity detector, which should help detect invisible entities. That was an absolute must-have. And without thinking too long about it, we decided to try our first ritual. Bjorn led it, of course. He has excellent psychic sensitivity, which is good and probably also a bit dangerous, given how the story is going. The ritual worked and an obelisk just dropped out of nowhere. That was unexpected. I had no idea what it was, but one thing was clear: we could study it. The only problem was that its activity was constantly going up, and if it ever hit 100%, nobody knew what would happen. That did not sound like something I wanted to test, so we decided we'd keep suppressing it regularly. Literally, a couple of minutes later, a ghoul attacked us. Just one. It was super weird, and Bjorn just dealt with it solo without any trouble. But it still counted as a new entity, and that unlocked more research. Not bad. For now, we focused on studying everything we had, and in a few days we'd be able to repeat the ritual anyway. We also finished researching the proximity detectors, which I installed instead of 2 turrets in the choke point. Now we can spot invisible enemies much earlier, and honestly that helps a lot. Because I still have paranoia from those side stealers. The next tech we picked was the Electro Harvester, a device you can hook up to entities to drain energy from them. Pretty solid idea. We also researched advanced psychic rituals, which let us build shard beacons. If you place them in the ritual room, they increase ritual quality and lower the chance of failure. Also very welcome. After that, we ran another ritual, and thankfully it succeeded too. Right after it ended, a dense grey cloud descended on the map, and it turned out to be made of archites that reanimate corpses. And I had 2 nice piles of those lying around, because dragging them all the way to the crematoriums was too far and I'd been lazy. At least it unlocked a new tech which lets us raise corpses ourselves and have them fight on our side. That sounds questionable, but also very interesting. I couldn't think of anything better than just bombing the piles with incendiary mortal shells. We managed to burn one whole pile completely and the second one only partially. The survivors got into a fight with a thrombus, so I decided to leave them alone for a bit. It was easier to go into lockdown again and just stay inside. Still, after some time, I decided to take the risk and go out to them anyway, mostly because I remembered that we need more entities for research. The operation went well, and we managed to capture 2 shamblers alive, and right then the pall of death ended. Perfect timing. Soon after that, we decided it was time to attune the monoliths, because we had already discovered 7 out of 8 basic entities. The 8th one, as far as I know, is a tree that feeds on flesh. Finding it in this biome is basically impossible, and I really didn't want to fly to another tile just for that. If I ever see its seeds for sale somewhere, we'll figure something out. After attunement, even more dangerous entities can start appearing, so Bjorn stepped up again and attuned the monoliths. The monoliths grew even bigger. That was not comforting at all. And it felt like something finally clicked for Bjorn. He no longer doubted that this thing was a door to somewhere else. What scared him the most wasn't that though. It was what he felt behind it. An inhuman intelligence of vast complexity and endless rage. The dark machine god is steering. Yeah, that sounds like exactly the kind of thing you do not want to wake up. But of course, that wasn't going to stop us from studying it further. And just to make things even nicer, the grey fog descended again. At this point, I had a really bad feeling. I was right. Not long after, the ground literally split open and the pit gate appeared. I had no idea what to expect from it, but one thing was obvious. Something was trying to come out of there. So we didn't waste time. Everyone took positions, ready for whatever would crawl out of that hole. And then a whole army of flesh beasts poured out. Every time we killed one, 5 smaller ones burst out of its body and kept pushing forward. They just kept coming non-stop, so we even had to use the rocket small launchers again just to thin them out. We managed to hold the line, but there were so many of them that for the first time ever, every single turret needed maintenance after the fight. At least, we managed to capture one tough spike alive for research, out of that entire wave. Not much, but better than nothing. After a short break, I decided we shouldn't wait around for a second wave. We had to go into the pit gate and deal with it at the source, no matter how creepy it looked. Inside, the atmosphere was awful. Tight corridors, walls made of flesh, everything pulsing and squirming. It felt a bit like the cave systems we'd explored before, except here everything was alive. Reeves, Raven and Trev started clearing the paths while the others covered them from behind. We had no idea what exactly we were looking for, but the only way was forward. At one of the walls, Trev heard heavy rising and throbbing behind it. Something big was on the other side. Alright then, we also got a message from the colony. We were being sieged. Again. Great timing. We had to finish this quickly and get back home. We broke through the wall and found a flesh beast dreadnought. I'm pretty sure this thing was responsible for all of it. Time to take it down. Thankfully, it wasn't as bad as it looked. Our firepower was more than enough to deal with it. The cave ceiling started collapsing, so we grabbed what loot we could and rushed out of there. The siege back home was already in full swing. There were a bit over 100 enemies, some with grenade launchers and other nasty toys. But something went wrong in their camp. It looked like they got into some kind of fight or chaos themselves. They never finished building their mortars and just decided to attack instead. So we had to defend the base, and this time we used everything we had. Honestly, there were a few moments where it was really scary. Some of them actually made it all the way to our firing positions. But as a team, we managed to push them back and win. After that, it was definitely time to rest and patch ourselves up. Clearing the pit gate did unlock a new research. Prologue pit gate. Apparently, we can summon it ourselves now. Why we'd ever want to do that is still a mystery, but okay. What we really needed right then was more resources. Steel, flash steel, uranium. So I went back to doing what I do best, sending our mining teams and draining them up dry. Around that time, the Empire finally came and picked up their prestigious one. They also took their 2 Imperial troglodytes with them. Perfect. Because we had a new plan. We wanted more information about the Empire, and we wanted to plant our own agent among them. That agent would be Makar. To do that, we needed the highest possible Imperial title. So we stacked up enough honor to hold the next ceremonies for Bjorn and Makar, and they both became barons. The next rank is Archon, the final one. This time Bjorn actually got a somewhat useful Psycast, Berserk. It forces target into a Berserk state and makes them attack everyone they see. Makar got Flash Storm. Sounds good on paper, we'll see how useful it really is in practice. For permits, I took Janissary Squad for Bjorn and Air Drone Salvo for Makar. Sadly, the Cataphrag Squad is only available once we reach the Archon title. We also wrapped up our previous research project, so we finally built the Electro Harvesters. They definitely did not produce 2000 watts each like I was hoping. I think the output depends on how dangerous the entity is that you plug into it. That's the only explanation I can come up with. In the ritual room we installed 4 shard beacons as well. Hopefully they will help improve ritual quality and keep things from going horribly wrong, at least most of the time. After that we decided to research bioferrite extraction, a way to pull bioferrite directly out of entities. This new resource was needed for more and more stuff, so we had to solve that problem somehow. After that, the plan was to unlock bioferrite shaping, which would let us actually craft things out of it. But the most interesting part was what Ochoa managed to figure out about the second fallen monolith. Turns out, it can duplicate humans, in theory, infinitely. If you overload it, it starts mass-producing human copies like a factory gone crazy. On paper, it sounded very tempting, and also very scary. Would those copies even count as people? What would they be like? Would they be friendly, neutral, or hostile? Because if that thing spit out a few copies of Bjorn with the same implants and skills, but set to kill everything, that's the kind of problem you don't walk away from. There were way too many questions, so for now we decided not to touch the side of it yet. We just keep studying and gathering more information first. The next morning we ran another ritual, hoping to meet new entities we could study, or at least get more samples of the ones we already knew. The void didn't make us wait long. Soon a whole herd of chimeras appeared not far from the colony. Very strange creatures. They were not attacking, just standing there like they were waiting for the perfect moment. That was creepy enough, so we started another full lockdown. Nobody leaves the base. They can wait all they want. Meeting them didn't unlock a new research though, Juggernaut Serum. The name pretty much says it all. It increases strength, speed and wound recovery. Not bad at all, but right now we don't really have problems with regeneration, so I shelved it for later. After a while, my patience ran out. I couldn't just keep staring at them. I decided to provoke them. If we didn't deal with them now, there was a good chance we'd end up fighting them later anyway, maybe together with some other nasty event. We lured them into the choke point. I even gave the kids grenade launchers, incendiary and tox. The idea was that they'd fire straight into the spots where the enemies enter the field and create a fire and gas zone. But the range wasn't enough, so the chimeras just walked around the flames. It didn't work as well as I hoped. And not a single chimera survived, out of 75 of them. So, 0 test subjects. Great. We'd have to wait for the next ritual. Except we didn't get that far. A few days later, the whole colony suddenly heard human shrieks in the distance. Time to stay alert. A couple of minutes after that, 2 proximity detectors triggered at once. Something was there, but we couldn't see anything. I sounded the alarm immediately. Soon it became clear what we were dealing with. Side stealers again. And the worst part, they slipped into the colony because of the mechs. We had to send Reeves, Raven and Trev inside to clear the rooms one by one, while everyone else held the positions outside. To make it even more fun, Bjorn and part of the team were out mining uranium somewhere and were not in the colony at all. At least the 3 tox launchers worked better this time. The enemies didn't try to go around the gas clouds and should get heavy debuffs, except side stealers seem to be immune to toxins. Of course they are. Somehow we still managed to survive. We were lucky enough to capture 2 more entities for research. Nice. But for some reason entities kept dying on us. The shambler we captured earlier I'd already found dead in its cell a while ago. No idea how that happened. And right in front of me, one of the new side stealer died during bioferrite extraction. Another one was being treated for electrical burns from the electro harvester. Everything about this setup started to feel wrong. I needed them alive, not as corpses. So first of all, I shut down the electro harvesters. It made no sense to waste medicine on them just to get a couple hundred watts of power. I decided to just watch and see if they still kept dying on their own. If yes, then we'd stop collecting bioferrite in such a brutal way and look for another solution. Luckily, there was some good news too. Ochoa, he's really turning into our main anomaly expert, managed to learn more about the first monolith. It turns out it links our reality with the void, a dimension hidden in the substructure of space-time. And some powerful mind in that void is leaking its influence into our world. That was a pretty wild reveal, and more than a little unsettling. But of course, that wasn't going to stop the research. So it was time to perform another ritual. And once again, something started trying to claw its way up from under the ground. Another pit gate? That's what I thought at first, but no. This time it was a flesh mass heart. I had no idea what I was looking at. It was spreading in all directions, slowly consuming the area, and it was completely invulnerable. The only way to hurt it was to find and destroy its nerve bundles. Studying those would hopefully tell us how to kill the heart itself. But I really didn't want to send people out there straight away. So I had an idea. What if we just burned its growth from a distance with incendiary mortars? They're made of flesh, they should burn, right? Yeah, that wasn't very effective. All it really did was make the heart angry. It responded by spawning hundreds of flesh beasts. So we had to go outside anyway, whether we wanted to or not, and there were a lot of them. We slowly pushed forward through the swarm, trying to reach the first nerve bundle. Reeves, Raven and Trev started breaking through walls to open a path to the remains of the bundle, while the rest of the group stayed behind them, holding the line and keeping an escape route open. Once we finally reached the sample, Reeves started studying it right on the spot. There was a bit of hope again. He said that if we could analyze a few more samples, he'd figure out how to kill the heart. After that, we had to fall back to the colony. Everyone's nerves were completely fried. I just hoped the thing would grow another nerve bundle soon, so we could finish this before it got even worse. Soon enough, it did grow another one. We went out again and used the exact same tactic. This time everything went more smoothly and Reeves studied the second sample without any major issues. The third bundle appeared only after a few days. We moved out again, and this time it felt like the heart realized it was running out of time. Mutants started coming up from the ground everywhere. We were fighting our ways through a lot more enemies than before. All we could do was hope the turrets and mechs would hold the colony while we were outside. Using the same method, breaking through walls, keeping our fire behind, we managed to reach the third bundle and get the last sample. Reeves finished his study and finally figured out how to kill the heart. He could trigger a tachycardiac overload using an electric signal. Sounded strange, but also very logical. All that was left was to actually reach the heart and give it that shock. Surprisingly, after it died, a flesh mass nucleus remained, the core of the heart. We took it with us for further research. We'll just have to remember to keep suppressing it so nothing weird happens. When we got back to the choke point, I realized how close this all was. We shut the heart down just in time. Every single turret needed maintenance again. Another big wave and it could have gone very badly. At least we captured 2 more tough spikes. That was nice. We also unlocked a new tech, mutation weaponry. That lets us create the biomutation pulsar, the same thing that saved us more than once earlier, and a biomutation lens, that does the same thing but to a single target you shoot with it. Pretty cool, but I'm not sure we really need it at this stage. The good news, the entire flesh mass finally began to rot away. All that remained was to finish off any mutants still wandering around and fill in the pit they crawled out of. And honestly, we'll probably need to refresh our armor after this. We took a lot of hits. On the tech side, we finished researching and built bioferrite extractors, so in theory we no longer need to extract it manually. In theory. For some reason, all the entities connected to the extractors were producing exactly 0 bioferrite. I have no idea why. Everything about this stuff is so strange. For now, I decided to just watch and wait. At least they suddenly stopped dying randomly, so that's progress, I guess. We also built a special workbench for crafting things from bioferrite. The problem is the item list there is pretty underwhelming. Still, we moved on to researching dead life dust. But without a stable source of bioferrite, I'm not sure we'll actually be able to use those recipes, since almost all of them require it. Anyway, something much more interesting happened while we were repairing the colony and recovering from the attack. Shona showed up, another daughter of Choco. That was a surprise. How many daughters does this man have? Of course, we couldn't turn her away, and I did actually need another mining. The problem is, her traits were not exactly ideal. Let's just say I hope she won't burn everything down. On top of that, her ideology was also very far from ours. And yes, there was a bit of cannibalism in there. Exactly what we were missing. So for now we had to isolate her a bit and, let's say, work on her worldview. Luckily, we have the cyber hole specifically for that. Alright, time to run another ritual. Let's see what the void has prepared for us this time. After a while, something new appeared right in the middle of our choke point, a nosiosphere. It just popped into existence out of nowhere. Very mysterious thing. At first glance, it didn't really do anything, except cause pain in a small radius around itself. That was already enough for me to decide we should capture it and study it, as long as we remember to keep suppressing it so it doesn't get out of control. At least it was already generating bioferrite, about 7 per day. Not amazing, but better than nothing. From it we unlocked a new research, insanity weaponry. Honestly, at this stage of the run it didn't feel very useful for us, so I didn't rush. But then something really unexpected happened. I was preparing everyone for death rest and was suppressing all the entities back down to 0. I sent Makar to suppress the second obelisk, and he accidentally created a copy of himself. The copy immediately tried to kill him. He really was a full clone, same skills, same traits, even the same psilene. And that's when I had a brilliant and slightly cursed idea. What if we send this duplicate Makar to the Empire as our undercover agent? Genius, right? I tried to capture him, but even with bare fists, Makar just beat his clone to death. Not ideal. But I didn't want to give up on the idea yet, so I used one of our 2 Resurrector mech serums on him. Luckily, it worked, and we managed to capture him properly after that. Now the plan is to recruit him and hope he doesn't do anything too crazy. Because honestly, we have no idea what he actually is. Is he a normal person, a copy, something else? No clue. After the next death rest cycle, Ryder managed to study the nosiosphere in more detail. He found out that its only real purpose is to deliver pain. The creepy part is that he also figured out how to control it. He can now activate it and teleport it to a chosen location, where it will start destroying everything alive in that area. The important part, it has no idea what friend and enemy means. If you are next to it, it hurts you. That's it. So if we ever use it, we better stay very far away. On the tech side, we finished researching dead life dust, but we still produce so little bioferrite that making dead life shells is basically not an option yet. At least the extractor started working a bit better, but it's still not much. After that, we began researching void sculptures, which should improve ritual quality even more. That's always good. Anyway, it was time for another ritual. I hoped we'd manage whatever came next, and if not, maybe we'd get to test the nosiosphere in combat. But things went very differently from what I expected. Out of nowhere, Revenant appeared inside the colony and started hunting Matt. We tried to block him, but he eventually caught up. Our hammers couldn't hurt him at all while he was focusing on Matt. It looked like he was hypnotizing the kid. Absolute maniac. Matt collapsed unconscious and the Revenant vanished, turning invisible. What the hell? From what I understood, Matt would stay knocked out until we kill the Revenant, and until then it would regularly hypnotize other people around the colony too. The only clue we had was that it left dark tracks as it moved. If you walked over those tracks, you could sense the direction it went. To force it out of invisibility, we had a few options: explosives, fire foam, EMPs, fire in the area, or special disruptor flares. Good, that meant we had a plan. Sniffy started tracking its trail, trying not to lose the path, while everyone else geared up to head out. Ryder put on a disruptor flare backpack. We had a couple of those lying around from some old loot. We followed the tracks all the way to the entrance of the choke point. The traces stopped there, and the right side proximity scanner confirmed that something was nearby. The first flare didn't reveal anything, but the second one finally popped the Revenant out of invisibility. And this time he did not survive even a single volley from the whole squad. Honestly, that fight turned out way easier than I expected, but I will take it. We recovered its spine for study. When we placed it on a holding platform, it regenerated into a full Revenant again. Great, let's really hope it doesn't escape. But the upside is that this unlocked new research, Revenant Invisibility, which lets us make someone invisible, and Brain Wipe, which unlocks a new ritual. Again, not something I desperately need right now, but it's nice to have. Most importantly, Matt woke up. He was fine. And at this point we have already met about half of all the advanced entities in the Codex. Not bad progress considering how absolutely cursed this whole project is. While we were busy with all the day-to-day chaos, Shona finally joined the colony, along with Makar's copy. We still had no idea how exactly we were supposed to treat the copy, but so far everything was going surprisingly well. Everyone actually liked him. At this point, he felt more like Makar's twin brother, who somehow lived the exact same life. We'll see if he does anything weird in the future. Mark also grew up a bit more. The kids were really starting to become a proper generation of colonists. And then something happened that I really didn't expect. The original Makar actually found himself a partner. I just didn't think it would be Rox. Bjorn's daughters are in very high demand, apparently. Hopefully he survives the emotional damage. And Makar's compliments, let's just say they leave a lot to be desired. I don't know how Rox agreed to this, but hey, her life, her choices. And I can only hope that Makar didn't use some kind of psy tricks on her. On the research side, we finished studying voice sculptures. We can place up to 6 of them to improve ritual quality. Each one costs 50 Bioferrite though, and right now we only have a bit over 200 total, and no idea what else we might need it for. So I decided to delay building them for now. Next, we decided researching disruptor flares. Unlike a lot of other stuff, those are actually very useful. Then Ryder brought bad news, the Nosiosphere was becoming unstable. If we didn't send it into battle soon, so it would be destroyed, there was a real chance we'd no longer be able to suppress it at all. That was scary. Right after that, Ochor came with his own piece of news. He had finished studying the first monolith and said we could now awaken it. Doing so would fully open the conduit to the void. Through that link, we might be able to either permanently close the conduit or find a way to harness its power. But we can't forget that there is a furious inhuman mind raging on the other side. And in any case, it's still too early. For a successful activation, we need to study more entities first. In the meantime, I decided to wait for a proper raid so we could send the Nosiosphere into battle and get rid of it safely. There hadn't been any attacks for a while, and we were ready to accept almost anything, even another Imperial Precious Bird quest just to bait raiders. I just really wanted the sphere gun, it gave me bad vibes. Instead, all we got was a request to land out 4 colonies for 6 days. Not exactly what I was hoping for, but we still needed honor, so I accepted. I just didn't want to do any major rituals while 4 people were off the map, so we kept waiting. We finished researching disruptor flares and I queued up production for a few packs. As for the rest of the research tree, honestly there wasn't much that interested me. various rituals with questionable usefulness, weapons that don't make sense for us anymore, ghouls I have zero intention of making out of our colonists, temporary serums, and so on. So I decided I'd just keep researching everything in order and hope that new entities would unlock something actually exciting. While we were waiting for something to happen, I built another containment block for entities. The first one was already almost full, and soon after that a horde of gore hulks attacked. Perfect timing to finally use a Nosiosphere. I honestly thought the Nosiosphere would be much more dangerous than it turned out to be, but the gore hulk spikes, those are brutal too, especially when there are almost 200 of them, which I didn't realize at first. Still, the important part is that the Nosiosphere was destroyed, and we could finish the rest of the horde in the choke point without too much trouble. At least now I finally understood what kept breaking all the outdoor lights every time. We'll just have to give up on outside lighting, it's not worth rebuilding it after every big fight. On the plus side, we managed to capture 5 entities for further study. Nice haul! Not long after all that, we got a call from South Helia. They asked if they could drop some mysterious cargo on us, and I refused to say what it was. And yeah, I really regret saying yes. I agreed because we were still waiting for the others to return, and Psychic Shock Lance as a reward sounded useful. You can knock someone out from long range, that's never bad. But out of everything I expected them to send, I did not expect a corpse. Trev's corpse. I'm pretty sure that means something somewhere cloned our Trev. How is it even possible? It was clearly some kind of entity, and I definitely wasn't dragging it into the main colony if I could help it. But we could study it, so that's what we did. That also unlocked research for a ritual called Death Refusal. Basically a ritual that lets someone auto-resurrect after they die. Not bad at all. But then, after some time, I noticed something weird. Trev's body was now lying next to the mortars. Someone had dragged it there? Or it had gotten there on its own? That alone was unsettling. I kept an eye on it, and at first it didn't move. Then I looked away for a moment, and it teleported again, this time into Ryder's bedroom. At that point I was done pretending this was normal. We had to do something. Luckily, it didn't vanish again, so we managed to show it into the crematorium and burn it. Problem solved, right? No. Right after that, the real Trev just collapsed, lost consciousness on the spot. Clearly, the body and the man were somehow linked. I could only hope he'd recover. In the meantime, the Empire finally returned our borrowed colonists. At least that part wrapped up nicely. After a while, Trev woke up and seemed fine, and then his corpse appeared again. Excuse me? We literally burned it in the crematorium, and now it was back. At that point it was obvious we couldn't just brute force this thing, so we went back to studying it. Writer's research confirms that the corpse is tethered to Trev. It teleports after him and can be destroyed, at least not yet. The only thing we can do is keep studying it, and even that only once every 2 days. It didn't take long for that thing's presence to get to Trev's head. He had a mental break and decided to show everyone his corpse, carried it into the dining room and put it right in the middle of the table. Amazing centerpiece, really set the mood. On the brighter side, Shona finally grew up and could start helping properly, especially with mining. Choco also finished his research on the second obelisk. Turned out we could safely deactivate it using shards of the Arco technology. We wouldn't be able to study it any further after that, but honestly, with how much wiredness we already had going on, if there was a chance to close at least one Pandora's box, I was going to take it. We already had one mysterious clone walking around, and Trev being stalked by his own indestructible corpse. That was enough surreal horror for one colony. So Choco shut the obelisk down. I really hope a third one doesn't suddenly appear somewhere. We kept studying the corpse and waited for results, and right then the Empire also decided to offer us some mysterious cargo. No, hard pass. One haunted Trev is enough, thank you. It felt like I was stuck with this corpse for the long haul. When the next round of research again gave us nothing useful, I thought, fine, whatever, time to move things forward. We finally finished all 6 voice sculptures and installed them, and with that done, it was time to start a new ritual. The sky started getting darker and darker, and pretty quickly it became clear that soon we wouldn't be able to see anything that wasn't lit by lamps. Right after I'd removed all the perimeter lights. Perfect timing as always. At least we had a decent stock of disruptor flare packs, so I wasn't too worried. We equipped them, sealed the base, and started another lockdown. Soon the darkness really settled in, and you could feel that something was moving out there, just beyond the light. Then a chunk of rock fell from the sky, a noctilis. It definitely didn't feel like a coincidence, so we decided to destroy it. Thankfully, it landed in the inner courtyard, so we didn't need to go far. But as soon as we destroyed it, things got a lot worse. The entire colony was suddenly surrounded by unknown creatures that immediately charged us. We lit up the choke point, took positions, and started shooting. I even fired off 2 flash storms with Makars. They're actually pretty good when you just need to set an area on fire, and visuals are insanely cool. But of course, it wasn't just one Noctilis. There were 2 more on the map, which meant at least 2 more waves of these things. We took a short breather to patch up and reload, then moved out to destroy the second one. On the way there, we dropped flares to keep the path visible. Taking the Noctilis itself down was easy. Surviving the follow-up wave, not so much. There were a lot of them. I decided to test Bjorn's new Berserk Psycast, and it actually worked pretty well, sending one of the enemies into a frenzy to distract the others both at some time. I also realized that disruptor flares don't just reveal targets, they briefly stun anything they expose. That turned out to be incredibly useful. Eventually, we pushed through that wave too, but we took some serious damage. Time for the third one. Luckily, the last Noctilis was quite close. We used the same approach. Flares on the way, destroy the crystal, prepare for the worst. When we smashed it, the darkness finally lifted. But the numbers of Noctiles around us did not magically decrease. I even fired a Doomsday rocket into one of the groups. Shona spent so long aiming it that in the end it did more harm than good. Half the colony started running away from the fire, which led the Noctiles around us pretty tightly. Thankfully, the flares kept stunning them just enough that we were able to hold the line and fight our way out. That was really close. Good thing we had plenty of disruptor packs prepared in advance. In the end, we survived and even managed to capture 5 Noctiles alive for research. That part was great. The part that wasn't great was that Trev's cursed corpse situation was still completely unresolved. We kept studying it, and it kept being creepy. Meanwhile, Makar was only one step away from the highest imperial title, Archon. So we decided to help the Empire one more time. Once again, the shuttle crashed. Their ships really are not doing well lately. At least this time they crashed right into our choke point. 2 war queens with their war urchins in narrow corridors? Yeah, they did not go well for the enemies. Half of them got killed by their own grenades. Idiots. But all the better for us. To receive the new title, we had to upgrade the throne room again, add a piano, luckily pilgrims had gifted us one earlier, and a couple of columns. The old room couldn't fit everything anymore, so I moved the throne room to a larger space and turned the old one into another royal bedroom for later. I'll be honest, no matter how I rearranged the new throne room, it still looked weird, but it works. The ceremony went smoothly. Makar became an Archon and got a new Psycast. Mass Chaos Keep, a mass teleport that scatters enemies to random spots. I am not completely sure how useful it will be, but it sounds fun. For pyramids, I obviously picked the Cataphrag Squad. Unfortunately, knowing how much they don't like the cold, we can only call them in summer, when the temperature is only mildly deadly. I was just about ready to start preparing Makar's departure to the Empire when Trev came and said he felt something very wrong. He was sure that if we didn't deal with his corpse soon, something truly terrible would happen in the next few days. Creepy, especially because I had kind of forgotten about the corpse at that point. We ran another round of research on it and again got nothing useful. At that point I just had this feeling that the bill was about to come due. And it did. During the next death stress cycle, right after another failed study, The damn corpse got up and walked. It headed straight for Trev's death rest chamber and tried to kill him. I had to interrupt his death rest on the spot. Trev tried to fight back, but the thing used some kind of psychic power and just fried his brain. He dropped instantly. I scrambled to wake Reeves and Raven, hoping they'd finish the corpse off, but after a short moment it simply vanished. Not ideal. But we still had one last resurrection mech serum, our final life insurance. We used it on Trev. Thankfully it worked. He came back to life. I just really hope that thing doesn't return again, because we don't have any more serums left. At least Trev seems physically fine now. Mentally, well, I wouldn't blame him if he walked away from all of this with a bit of trauma. By the time we finished building the new royal bedroom, we were finally ready to send Makar off to spy on the Empire. For now, I decided to put anomaly research on pause and focus on this. To do that, we had to host the High Stellarch for 12 days. People are definitely going to try to kill her during this time, so on top of keeping her happy, proper royal bedroom, throne room, royal expectations and all that, we also had to defend her from a ton of raids. The one upside was that she'd arrive with a small personal guard. I was really hoping that would help, because 12 days of non-stop raids sounded rough, even for us. And the funniest part? The Stellarch was also a techno-vampire. Good thing we were swimming in hemagen. The first raid didn't take long to show up. A tribal raid close to 200 people. It looked scary on paper, but at this stage for us it was just a warm-up. We handled it with our usual defenses without too much trouble. The bigger problem, honestly, was her food preferences. She refused to eat nutrient paste, which was fair. She demanded only lavish meals, so I really hoped nobody would tell her they were cooked from twisted meat generated by the flesh mass nucleus. Bon appetit, your highness! Right after that we got a siege. This time I decided to send Makar alone to handle it. I wanted to see what his air drone salvo could really do. Yeah, that thing is absolutely disgusting in the best way. I loved it. Her bodyguards, on the other hand, turned out to be a bit of a problem. One of them decided it was a great idea to start murdering entities. Luckily, Makar shut them down quickly. Another had a weapon that was basically brainwashing him. If they caused too many problems, I was fully ready to accidentally get rid of them. The quest never said anything about her escort having to survive. Meanwhile, we were running low on steel again, so I had to keep sending mining teams out between raids. The next group of raiders showed up about a day later. We just erased them with mortars. I barely had time to breathe before another 120 raiders arrived. Where are they all even coming from? To make things worse, they were sappers, planning to dig through the walls. We had to send 2 squads out to meet them in the field, while a third group held the choke point in case any slipped past. We even had to involve the Imperial troops, and yeah, it was pretty intense. There were way more of them than there were of us. Some of them even tried to push the choke point afterwards, but thankfully the turrets cleaned them up. Only one Imperial soldier got seriously hurt. I was just hoping the raiders would give us at least a tiny break after that. Nope. And that was only about 2.5 days in, and we'd already killed around 500 people. And then another siege. So back to the old trick. Air drone salvo. The pyramid is pure joy. Next raid they decided to drop right on our heads. The drop pods landed straight onto the mortar battery and blew some of the mortars. Clowns. At least they didn't manage to hit the shell stockpile. Most of them blew themselves up anyway. Then we had another drop pod raid that landed outside the colony. I sent in my new special rapid response team, the kids with grenade launchers. And honestly, that was stupidly effective. After that, the raids just kept coming. Another one and another and another. In total, I think it was around 15 raids over those 12 days, roughly 1 or 2 per day, approximately 2000 people total. Some were tougher, some were free loot, but overall we handled all of them without any catastrophic problems. And the kids with grenade launcher strat? I kind of fell in love with it. By then, the area around the colony looked absolutely cursed. Just hundreds of dead bodies frozen in the snow, and I don't even know how many more we cremated. I built more crematoriums just to keep up. It was a whole industrial corpse disposal operation. But eventually, the long-awaited shuttle arrived to pick up the High Stellar. We even managed to keep her entire escort alive. Honestly, I was a bit surprised. The only question left was, who do we send to the Empire as our spy? Obviously, we were not going to send the real Makar, instead we sent his clone. Hopefully they won't notice anything. To be safe, we also assigned Prick as his guardian and escort. With the sort of trust the puppy now, a lot of colonies are actually friends with him, but still, better to be careful. Prick doesn't need sleep, rest or food, and she can handle pretty much anything. So the clone went to the Empire in our name, and Prick went with him. But our adventure wasn't over yet. We still had to figure out what this monolith actually was and where it leads. Before that though, I had to clean everything up and restock on resources. We'd burned through a lot over the past few weeks. And of course, in the middle of that, we had to deal with another pit gate. Luckily, by now we were pretty experienced with those, so it went more or less smoothly. Meanwhile, Makar and Rox had a baby, a girl named Lily. They didn't waste any time. On the research side, we had already finished all the basic anomaly techs and about half of the advanced ones, but honestly, I still hadn't seen anything that was really game-changing for us. The atmospheric heater was interesting, but it constantly is bioferrite, and that's not exactly convenient right now. So it was time for another ritual. There were just a few entities left in the codex we hadn't met yet. And what do you think happens? Literally an hour after the ritual, a deal maker shows up. Coincidence? Yeah, right. I sent basically the whole combat squad to meet him. I still remember Trev's weird corpse situation, so I wasn't about to play nice with some shady void salesman. Bjorn talked to him first, with his fist. And it was the right call. The guy split open and metal horror came out of him. From what I understood, that thing lives inside people and rips its way out whenever it feels like it. And while it's hiding in someone, it can secretly infect others and grow more metal horrors inside them too. Absolutely lovely. Even though we were technically ready to awaken the first monolith already, I still wanted to see the rest of the possible entities. There were not that many left, just 5 more. Not even a full day passed before another obelisk dropped in, our 3rd one so far. We hadn't seen this type before. The only thing that was clear is that it was humming with some psychic energy. So yeah, nothing good. Still, we decided to study it and see what we could learn. A few days later, we ran another ritual. For a long time nothing happened, and that made it even worse, because it felt like something was lurking and I just wasn't seeing it. I even started wondering if I had missed some invisible enemy again. In the end, the only ones who showed up were cultists. We had to gun them down, and then they started resurrecting. Great. At least our firepower was enough to put them down for good. After that, nothing else happened, apart from my growing paranoia. So as soon as the cooldown passed, we ran another ritual. Bjorn even passed out from the effort. This time something fun finally happened. It started to rain blood. Literally, blood rain. I have no idea how that even works, but it was happening. Anyone who stayed outside in it too long would slowly lose their mind and go berserk. Luckily for us, we don't go outside very often. While all this was going on, we fended off another siege and a mercenary raid. Those guys came specifically to rescue prisoners the Empire had asked us to hold. Bjorn still needed a bit more honor to reach Archon status like Makar. so we had to keep helping them. Those fights were a bit rough, but nothing too dramatic. The nice part is that they kept bringing us Doomsday and triple rocket launchers, so our stockpile of heavy weapons just kept growing. After that, the blood rain finally ended. Good. For the next couple of days, we just waited for the next ritual window. As soon as we could, we ran another one. This time we got Devourers. Judging by their size and those giant mouths, they can swallow a person whole. I didn't even want to think about what they could do to children. We had to be extremely careful with them. There didn't seem to be that many at first, just 40. Only later did I understand how bad that number actually is. They completely ignored the turrets. They only cared about living targets. We had to throw everything at them. War urchins to slow them down, rocket swarm launchers, and even Sky and Mark with 2 Doomsday launchers. And even with all that, one of them still got to a jaw. We managed to kill it just in time, before it finished digesting him. That was way too close. While we were waiting for the next ritual cooldown, Chris and Reeves had another child, a girl named Erin. The next ritual brought us yet another obelisk. This one was called a Twisted One. That made it the 4th obelisk overall. As usual, we had no idea what it actually did, so the only option was to research it. By this point, we were down to just one advanced entity left undiscovered. Almost there. In the meantime, we got more information about the 3rd obelisk. Apparently, it's a portal leading into some kind of labyrinth. Somewhere inside that maze there should be a mirrored copy of the obelisk. If you activate it, it solves the problem. If you left it alone and something went wrong with the obelisk, it might start teleporting random colonies into the labyrinth at any time. That sounded bad, so we decided to deal with it on our own terms. Björn decided to go in personally, which made sense, he's the hardest one to kill in the entire colony. The labyrinth turned out to be much smaller than I expected. After just a few rooms, we found the mirrored obelisk and activated it. That sent Björn back home. Apparently not just him, because soon after I noticed a couple of flash bees wandering around the map. But that was a minor problem. The important part is that the 3rd obelisk disappeared. One less thing to worry about. Not long after that, the Imperial shuttle finally arrived to pick up the prisoners we'd been holding all this time. That meant one thing. Björn was now eligible to become an Archon. He completed the ceremony and got a new Psycast, Berserk Pulse, which works in an area. That one actually looked really useful. For permits, I naturally picked the Cataphract squad as well. A couple of days later, everything was back in order again, and it was finally time to perform the last ritual. This time, a golden cube fell from the sky, and judging by my experience with all these entities, that was not a good sign at all. No way it was real gold either, that was clearly just bait. To make it worse, Dezel was instantly drawn to it. She wanted to go up and interact with it right away. That was my red flag. I immediately forbade anyone from touching it or using it in any way. Only study it from a safer distance. Last thing we need is to accidentally start a cult worshipping some cursed cube. And I wasn't far from the truth. Ryder found out the cube messes with people's minds, slowly brainwashing them. Very dangerous thing. We decided to keep studying it and figure out how to safely shut it down. A few days later, we finally understood what the 4th obelisk actually does. It causes uncontrolled mutations of limbs and internal organs. Yeah. We were stupidly lucky that almost everyone is loaded with bionics by now, so a lot of those mutations just had nowhere to land. But to deactivate the obelisk completely, we'd need to keep studying it, and that could take weeks or even months, especially with the cube also unresearched. At that point I decided, if we can awaken the monoliths and deal with whatever's behind it, maybe that will shut both the cube and the obelisk down at once, permanently. Because Dezel had already started building statues for this cube. That was my limit. I had absolutely no idea what to expect from awakening the monoliths, but it definitely wasn't going to be something nice. So, after a short period of rest and preparation, during which Raven and Mendes finally got together as couple, by the way, I honestly thought they'd stay loners forever, we went to activate it early in the morning. And yeah, we definitely got someone's attention. Soon everything around us darkened and two voice structures appeared, guarded by metal horrors. It looked like we needed to activate those structures. As if that wasn't enough, flash bees started tearing out of the ground all around the colony. It was obvious the pressure was only going to ramp up. First, we focused on clearing the flash bees that rushed us. That part wasn't too scary, just a lot of targets. Still, there were enough of them that I immediately had Bjorn call in Imperial reinforcements, a Cataphrag squad and a Trooper squad. No reason to be shy now. After that, we pushed towards the first voice structure. We didn't hold back at all. Grenades, miniguns, war urchins, everything, and those metal horrors were still insanely tanky. Eventually, we managed to clear them, and Bjorn activated the first voice structure. We decided not to waste time and, even though a lot of us were already wounded, moved towards the second voice structure. We didn't even get halfway there before entities attacked us from all sides. We had to fall back into the choke point, otherwise the devourers outside would just eat us alive. Thankfully, the Imperial troops were doing a good job distracting part of the enemy. Back to the choke point, I called in more Imperial support. At this point, any help was welcome. Honestly, it was right on the edge. Earl snapped and ran off to kill captured Noctul. Everyone was mentally fried. Greg even tried to kill Shona during a break. Good thing Makar stepped in and stopped him. So I decided we needed a pause before charging the second voice structure again. By morning, most people had calmed down and patched up enough to move. We headed back out to the second voice structure. Bjorn managed to activate it as well. Thankfully, we had already killed the metal horrors in the previous wave. Of course, activating it triggered another massive wave of entities. I was really hoping we could survive this one too. But when I saw the timer until the next set of voice structures and noticed the darkness getting even thicker, I realized this had only been the warm-up. We were in this for the long haul. First though, we had to survive the current wave. Luckily, we did. War urchins were amazing at countering devourers. They kept them busy long enough for us to shred them. Now we had about a day and a half to repair, reload and recover. I just had a bad feeling we'd run out of steel for turret repairs before this was over. And on top of all that, I still had to remember to keep suppressing the Force Obelisk regularly, so it wouldn't start throwing random mutations at us. After a while, 3 new voice structures appeared, and the whole map went absolutely dark. We already knew how bad the darkness can be, so running around outside without light was not an option. I didn't want to just run straight at the metal horror this time, so I tried a different plan. Bomb them with mortars from a distance. Best case, we kill them. Worst case, they get angry and come to us. Of course, it was the second option. We barely managed to hold them off. I had to throw literally everything we had at them. War urchins, grenades, rockets, mechs, the whole squad. Those metal horrors are insanely tanky. It felt like they just refused to die. After a short break to patch everyone up, I decided to try a more aggressive move. We split into 2 teams and sent them to the 2 lower voice structures. The idea was to activate both at the same time and maybe save some time. That was a huge mistake. 2 structures activated at once mean 2 big waves of entities at the same time. While we were fighting, I noticed something strange. Part of the enemy suddenly turned around and started running away from us. And in this context, that could only mean one thing. They had broken into the colony from another place. And the kids were not far from that area. So most of our forces had to immediately pull back and deal with the breach inside the base, before the kids got eaten or someone set their bedrooms on fire. After a bit, it went from one breach to they're coming from everywhere. The colony basically fell. At that point, I decided the best move was to grab the kids and regroup somewhere we could actually hold a stable line. Somewhere the enemies would be forced to come from just a few directions instead of all sides at once. The best place for that was the gravship. So we pulled everyone we could into the gravship and set up a defensive line in the big corridor where all the mech chargers are. I also activated all the turrets on the ship and hoped they would kill enemies at least from one side. And as if everything wasn't already bad enough, the Revenant escaped too. That was just perfect. We had a little bit of time to reorganize while the entities were still chewing through the hull of the ship. Once everyone was healed as much as possible and in position inside the gravship, it was time to open the doors and let the nightmare in. Meanwhile, the Revenant went on the hunt again. This time he went straight for the prisoners. I honestly felt sorry for them. Chained up with nowhere to run, and now this thing shows up. That day was definitely their last. After we cleared out the biggest wave around the gravship, I sent 2 squads out for a counterattack. One to the left side of the base, one to the right. The enemies didn't just want to kill us, they were also destroying everything. Power, walls, generators, you name it. At one point, the entire generator room just vanished in an explosion. I was only glad this didn't blow the main storage areas. The whole situation was just pure chaos. Someone would have a mental break, someone else would try to kill a fellow friend, others ran from fires, devourers kept trying to swallow people whole, mechs were dying in huge numbers, it really felt like everything was collapsing at once. But even with all that, I didn't want to give up. Room by room, corridor by corridor, we slowly pushed them back and cleared them out. Then I remembered we still had Imperial support, so I called for reinforcements again. I wasn't sure how much they could really do in that mess, but at the very least they could pull some enemies off us and buy time. After a while, a long while, we finally managed to win. The colony looked like an absolute disaster. Walls blown open, sections burned out, rooms full of rubble, but somehow, despite everything, every single colony was still alive. Being techno-vampires really helped. They heal fast and are much harder to kill. We put out all the fires, finished off the last surviving entities and started clearing debris. The main priority was to restore the most critical systems. Our energy situation was a disaster. If the lights went out for too long, we'd be in serious trouble, both mechanically and psychologically. Thankfully, the gravship generator survived, but a big part of the gravship itself had to be dismantled for materials, because we basically had no spare resources left. We also made a tough decision. We got rid of all the entities we had in containment. After that attack, it was very clear they were not just research material. If something went wrong again, they could easily become another huge problem. Next step was rebuilding the outer walls, just to stop anything else from wandering in from outside. Bit by bit, we managed to seal the perimeter again. After that, we had to restore the temperature and climate inside. Without that, we couldn't grow food, and food was needed not just for our colonies, but also to produce chem fuel. And we needed a lot of chem fuel now, because so many of our toxifier generators had been destroyed. And yes, All this time the Revenant was still roaming around and making my life harder. So I decided to deal with him next. Finding him was a pain because the entire base was dirty, broken, burned and covered with blood. But eventually we tracked him down and this time we didn't take any chances. We just healed him on the spot. Once the colony was at least partially functional, I decided to take a risk and go after the third void structure. My logic was simple. Right now everyone was still more or less stable mentally, but electricity kept flickering even with a lot of devices shut down. Food stocks were low. We didn't know if more waves of entities would keep coming their own or not. So I wanted to hit the last structure while we still had the strength to do it on our own terms, instead of waiting for it to get worse. I was really hoping this would be the final push. With a small strike team we moved from flare to flare through the darkness and finally reached the last void structure. While Bjorn activated it, the rest of the team covered him, and the others stayed back, already preparing to hold the line in the choke point. The activation went smoothly. As soon as it was done, we ran back to the choke point. The monolith started twisting and warping in the distance, but we had no time to stare at it. Another wave of entities was already crashing into our defenses. We somehow survived that fight, but it felt like we were hanging by a thread. At least there were no new breaches inside the colony this time. And just in time too, the monolith finished its transformation. A portal opened next to it. Of course, there was also a crowd of metal horrors standing right there. That part was less inspiring. The doors were blocked, so we had to blow a hole in our own wall to get through. Bjorn's berserk pulls helped a lot there, throwing part of the enemy into a frenzy and buying us a few precious seconds. We fought our way through, and Bjorn activated the portal. It threw him into some kind of metal hell, a twisted void space with a single structure in the center, a void node. There was nothing else to do except interact with it. Touching the node, Bjorn realized he had two options. He could disrupt the link and break the connection between the void and our world, or he could embrace the void and become one with it. Bjorn may not be the smartest person in the world, but he barely survived the last few days. The last thing he wanted was to see the void ever again, let alone merge with it, so he chose to sever the connection. He was thrown back into our world. The void monolith shattered, the darkness lifted, all remaining entities simply died. The void lost its grip on our reality. No more anomalies, no more rituals, no more gifts from the other side. But our colony, the place that had slowly become home for everyone, was in terrible shape. After we caught our breath and cleaned up at least the worst of the mess, Bjorn called a meeting. The throne room was in ruins, so we went back to the good old table in the dining room. There we made our decision. It was time to leave. Not just the pole, not just this region. We needed to get off this cursed planet entirely. Over the next days we focused on building a proper starship, one that could go beyond low orbit and actually reach the stars. For materials we tore apart everything we could, especially our old gravship. We kept only the generators to keep the colony running while we worked. Honestly, it felt a bit sad. That ship had carried us through so much and saved us so many times. But everything old eventually has to make room for something new. Once we were ready to start real construction, it turned out we were missing one critical component, a persona core, an AI to fly the ship. Thankfully, the Empire agreed to help. For 1,500 silver they dropped us a stash with a persona core inside. At least the drop wasn't guarded by anyone. We could finally begin. First, we built the ship reactor. That thing needed time to warm up, 15 days. During those 15 days, raiders would keep coming for us, trying to take the ship for themselves. While the reactor charged, we built the rest. The ship computer core, the sensor cluster, 3 engines, structural beams with cryptosleep caskets for everyone. Most of that period was just waiting and defending. There were plenty of raids, and some of them came 3 in a row without any real break. But after what we just gone through with the anomaly and the void, nothing really scared us anymore. Some raids were tough, some were free loot, and occasionally they even started fighting each other. Overall, it felt similar to the intensity when we were protecting the High Stellar, just stretched out over those 15 days. After one more raid, the reactor finally was online. The ship was ready. We could finally fly to the stars, towards new adventures and new technologies. And at some point out there, we'd be able to see Makar and Prick again. There was only one last question. What do we do with the colony? Even in ruins, it was still a massive fortress. Leaving it to the Empire, or worse to raiders, didn't feel right. So we made a hard decision. We would turn it into ruins for real. A huge part of the stored waste packs exploded, causing massive pollution and waking up a ridiculous number of bugs. That was our cue to get into the cryptosleep caskets and launch the engines. After we left the planet, the mechs that remained behind started to go insane without their mechanitors. They fought the insects in the ruins. South Hathilia even sent reinforcements, apparently after hearing about the chaos. They didn't know we were already gone. Together they actually managed to wipe out the bugs. And just when it seemed like things were finally calming down the surface, the last monolith, the twisted one, woke up. It summoned a whole horde of flesh beasts and disappeared. Now that place is probably the most dangerous spot on the entire planet. Heavy pollution, endless bugs, rogue mechs, flesh beasts, and the ruins of a techno-vampire fortress on top of it all. I doubt anyone will ever manage to conquer those ruins. And we left that world behind and headed for the stars. If you made it all the way here after 900 days and a few hours, thank you. Seriously, huge respect. And if you watch this in one sitting, that's actually insane. If you did, let me know in the comments. I'm really curious how many of you pulled that off. I didn't plan for this video to become such a giant monster, it just kept growing and growing. It was a crazy amount of work and I'm honestly exhausted, so in the future I will try to keep videos closer to around 2 hours. I'd like to get to 1 video a month. How to actually achieve that though is still a mystery to me. Anyway, we'll see how that goes. As always, I'm putting some of your top comments at the end of the video, so stick around, maybe your words are up there. And if you have your own tips, crazy RimWorld stories or ideas for the next run, drop them in the comments. I'm thinking about making a full guide based on this playthrough, but I honestly don't know how long that will take, or if I will finish it. If it turns into something way too big, I'd rather put the time into another story style video. Either way, your tips in the comments will still help other players a lot. Also, you can join the Discord, the link is in the description. If you enjoyed the ride, you know what helps the channel. Like, comment, subscribe and maybe share this with a friend who also loves RimWorld. Thanks again for watching and I will see you in the next one.